Right, is here. Roger.
Thank you, Gracie. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, honorable members of LTFN, and good morning, council member. Today is December 13. We are having our council meeting for internal affairs at LTFN Health Center. So it is 10:03 a.m. and we called meeting call to order. So we have three council members in present: Councillor Crystal Gibbs, Councillor Ondijel, and Councillor Robert Garrigon. We do not have a quorum today, but we're gonna, as council decided, we're gonna carry on our business activities, but the decision will be pending to next council meeting. So, first of all, the adoption of the agenda for the council meeting December 13, 2024. Any addition or deletion, council member, please?
I do have some additions. I do see at the end of the day, we have some in-camera council discussion. So I have 4 additions to the agenda that I'll bring forward within that in-camera session at the end.
Okay. Any other addition and deletion? So, can I get a mover to have the agenda for council meeting December 13, 2024? Moved by Crystal, seconded by Wendy. Thank you. Adoption of the meeting minutes for November 15, 2024. Council member page number 11 is like all action items. The Gbenga answer to determine the value of each lot of Bolen Lake. It is in progress. Executive Director Tawfiq Islam to draft a policy for honorary membership. Policy to be presented to council for review and approval. So the draft one is ready. So I'm going to give an update at in the presentation today at 4 o'clock about that. Derek and Zawad to contact Crystal to band members for develop formal contract for cleaning all elders' houses on and off freezer on regular basis. It is still in progress. Individuals seeking assessment funding to contact the health department first. So this is regarding the interim financing funding against application under Jordan's principle for children assessment. So we have an agenda at 1 o'clock. We need further discussion on that. Next one is Gbenga answer to move ahead to inform City of Twin George with Seymour for ground radar. So it is done. A formal policy to be developed to govern the access of recording tapes in future. This is policy for tapes of exploration place. So the draft policy is here. I'm gonna present it to council like 4 o'clock. And another one is like this is in camera. So that is some related to housing matters. So it is done. Executive Director is to add item in the agreement addressing that is the NATI consulting agreement. So we have incorporated the changes as council advised. So the agreement is ready. We're gonna present you later in this afternoon. Can I get a move on for case for adoption of meeting minutes for November 15, 2024? Moved by Udijay, seconded by Robert Garrigon. Motion carried. All in favor? Yes. So next is Zawad. Okay.
Yes, he's here.
So, the camp campaign school district presentation. Okay, cannot content.
Options here. We have quorum.
I've sent it to them, right? They have accepted it.
No, you're still just hang on before we start. Hey, Crystal, so we've got Josh here, so we got quorum, but the ED can still be the chair of the meeting. And now we can make decisions, we can vote.
Nice. Good morning, Josh.
As a matter of fact, sorry, Crystal, as a matter of fact, I should have waited 30 minutes. My apologies, as per the policy. I just remembered that, so.
Yes, they're not here yet. They didn't join yet, so we're not sure.
Yeah, you can give it a little background.
So basically, related to camp trapping, this presentation, so I was approached by two persons from School District 57, Larry and Nick. They work with the school district and they wanted to chat about what the vision is for Pele to do with the camp trapping in future. And the special interest, I guess, came from one of these persons who worked with the camp in the past. So they wanted to engage with Playly to kind of provide some input from their side, how they want to see or they want to propose that School District 57 could be involved in the overall work plan. So that being said, they sent out an overview, which I forwarded about a month ago to Council and Executive Director, and as a result, they should be here to present their ideas today. Both of them are actually in a tennis conference where Josh is, I think. So they are joining virtually. Otherwise, they would be in here in person. That's pretty much what the background is. I think you have a presentation copy which they sent ahead in time. They wanted to share with you.
Yeah, the date has been sent.
They accepted
They are
10-15.
They are not accepted, but the date has been sent. Actually, the meeting.
10-15, right?
Yeah.
We still have 3 minutes to go, so.
Yeah, no, we'll just be patient and wait.
I'm also trying to find them here. I just bumped into them like 5 minutes ago.
Cool, you can all hang out together, eh?
Yeah, we'll pick up each other's mics and create that awesome Zoom echo we used to have.
Yeah, interesting.
Got microphone. Can you guys hear us? I think we need sound.
Check, check. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We're experiencing some technical difficulties in this hotel room in Vancouver this morning. It wouldn't let us log into our Canvas site. Zawad, does everybody have the presentation that I sent out to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me just put up the volume.
Go with that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We go.
Larry sends his regrets this morning. I think he picked up a flu, so he won't be joining us. He kind of went back to the other hotel this morning. So he's kind of taking it easy there. First of all, my name's Nick Hadfield.
Buddy, stand up for Pagan.
We gratefully acknowledge we're currently on the traditional territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsawwassen nations this morning, where we're coming to you from this morning.
Thank you so much. Before we start, we would have a roundtable introduction. So start with online. Thank you so much for introducing. So start with Crystal.
Hi, everyone. Crystal Gibbs, Counsel for Politely Tene.
And then
Joshua Seymour. I'm within 100 feet of you two.
Barbara Allen, meeting minute taker for Clearly today.
Robert Gagnon, Counselor, Clearly tonight.
Topic Islam, Executive Director, Pleditine.
Hi, good morning. This is Zawad Abedin. I'm the Director of Engineering and Operations for Clearly.
Wendy Jail, Council, Clearly today.
Shahid Nasir, Executive Assistant, Clearly telling.
Hi, Nick.
Hi.
So, Nick and Jennifer, you have the floor now.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for your time this morning. Our project proposal here kind of came out of our the big push in education we have right now as far as grounding our kids in land-based learning, and we're trying to find ways that we can authentically get out onto the land beyond just school grounds, because school grounds are okay, but they're very sparse, they're very isolated from what we're really trying to do, which is create moments where we can ground land-based learning, culture, and language into a place. And so when we did the visit out to Camp Trapping with Zawad and Larry and Chelsey, it became immediately aware that this would just be such a fantastic treasure that we could use to do something like that. It was, so the conference that we're currently in right now, just so you guys know as well, the conference we're currently in is the First Nations Education Steering Committee Conference. And the overall goal of the conference is looking at land-based learning. And so as a whole province, this is the piece that all of our schools, public schools and band schools together are going, hey, this is going to be one of the most powerful ways that we can get our kids connected to education, to give them the groundings that our kids really, really desperately need beyond just a classroom. So immediately when we're out there, we kind of go to like our page 2 there with our land-based learning activities of what's actually just possible just in land-based learning activities out there. So we went through plant identification, berry picking, fishing, because there's fish that's in that lake year round, so it doesn't all freeze over. We could look at creating a smokehouse to do smoking meats. We already have the canoe shed there, so just adding canoeing out to there. We've got gardening to make traditional gardens out there. We could put in an archery course. We've got possibilities for camping, both in spring and winter camping pieces, because we have high schools that actually have winter camping programs. Fire starting, survival skills, and possibly even actually this would be a great location for us to do like a dugout canoe carving at that area that could stay there, and it's away from other people, so it could be an ongoing project in that location. Would be kind of just it's just ideal for so many of our land-based learning activities that we would need to do.
Yeah, so like a lot of those are just ideas, of course, in a partnership with Clately and with Clately Elders and Guidance. It'd be great to add to that list of potential opportunities and ideas for land-based learning and educational opportunities. Of course, on the next slide, you'll see learning and using the Clately language is a priority in the district, in our community, in our territory. So that's really bringing in the language holders, bringing in the knowledge holders, whether they're from Clately or from surrounding communities, because we know that the dialects are so similar. And a program like with land-based learning, we've been doing the trap line for quite a while, and that's going quite a ways out there, and it's very limited in scope in regards to being coordinated and organized. There's 2 staff members that do it, and they go to sites and they have specific tasks. But with this, it could be more encompassing. It could be integrating the language. We have some plans for not just within the district, within school grounds, but signage that incorporate the language with QR codes to a site that has stories, has audio files, and things like that. So that could be something that could be incorporated here throughout the work, and working with our educators to incorporate language into the activities so it's more embedded within it. And then just the language learning itself, people learn the language by doing things a lot more than they would just by reading a book. Like the old school way of teaching and having handouts and stuff isn't effective, as we know. But being able to actually have that memory, the physical memory, the memory of smelling and seeing and tasting, that helps people retain knowledge. So having that exposure there would be great. And then bringing in culture as well, you know, the singing, dancing, storytelling, history, ceremony, food, skinning, working, of course, with Clately Elders, Clately knowledge holders, neighboring communities, and having that opportunity, again, just remembering and doing that stuff on the land is really healing. Even just being on the land is healing. We know that. And it connects our youth with inspiring them to be part of our culture and knowing our culture, as well as non-Indigenous youth who would gain exposure to that. I think I went ahead a slide or 2 there. So if you want to.
I think so. And yeah, for the cultural teachings piece, it's like we'd really be looking for like Clately and Clately Elders lead and going, okay, like what is the cultural activities that you guys would really want to focus on, like being taught out there, and then training up our IAWs and other workers out there to be able to actually to be teaching, okay, exactly what it is that you would like to be taught in that location. So yeah, kind of that would be a really good partnership between us in that. So we're looking for the lead on that from you guys. Next one, we're just going to have like initially what this could look like in the very early stages, which was just the schedule with the single day activities. So we go through, the kids would automatically, you know, each day the kids would get a language, they'd get a land-based learning activity, and they'd get a cultural activity. So it's like they bus out, they do those 3 activities throughout the day and bus back again. So it just gives the kids a balanced opportunity. We already have like lots of the stuff is out there with the classroom, with the other pieces. We could get up to this sort of level probably very, very quickly. We need some like little, yeah, I could see us getting up to this point, maybe by June, perhaps by September, to get up to just a day activity. And then if we go over the page to go to the multi-day activities, this is ideally where we actually want to be heading in a direction so that the kids can spend less time traveling and more time learning activities in that place.
And I think it'd be great to also pilot some of this over the summer with our Claytley youth culture camps and stuff like that.
For sure.
Really get a grounding and have them kind of become mentors and leaders in the work as well in the future. Sure.
Yeah.
We know that Claytley had some plans for using the space, and it's potential that they could work together in tandem over different days, because we wouldn't say want to access the space every day throughout the whole year. It could be scheduled for specific activities, specific trips at specific times of year when certain things are in are in season for, you know, hunting and fishing and trapping and harvesting various plants.
Mm-hmm. So one of the big benefits that we can kind of see is especially is in around the training of the staff members. So, for example, because we're out on the land, we foresee that, okay, our Indigenous ed workers, you know, might need some extra first aid training. We would need to send them for like the training in order to be certified to take kids out and teach them how to do canoeing. So we would be actually sending them out for those pieces. Also, we have some language training that we would need to be doing with the people. So where we could see kind of some sharing of these pieces, okay, so we might be sending some people out for, you know, first aid training, etc. Perhaps Claytley also wants to send some people for the same workshop, and so we could actually save money because we're grouping up together. We're also looking at, because we'd be training up people that are trained to work at the camp during the school year. So those are also potentially available to hire for the summer times to build up youth camps, because they're already familiar with everything and how everything works, and they're already certified to do those things. And so we could look at, okay, this much more of a seamless, like year-long run of the camp. Of course, in the summertime, that would be, you know, for Claytley, however you would want to run the camps with certain themes for certain weeks, we don't know, but we would have that potential. But we kind of see this, like the use of this camp as being like, there's such great potential here, and such a fantastic resource that I think we could share. So in our last one, so for our summary, it's like, we're hoping to get a yes to move forward to just form a committee where we can collaborate and make a camp an engaging and meaningful learning space, both for students in our school district as well as for the Claytley Tene Nation. And we can, at this committee, look at where we can share some of the costs, because we realize, okay, yes, this is going to be a big activity. It's going to involve a lot of students. There's going to be a lot of costs involved, but some of these costs can actually be shared across between school district and Claytley Nation to be able to use this. So it's going to benefit both of us if we can move forward with something like this. And then actually just deepen our connections between the school district and the Claytley Nation, because it's our joint projects. We're looking at jointly connecting with language, with culture, with our land-based learning. And move forward like collectively together.
We have a question, Councillor Jen.
Hi. When you said form a committee, like which kind of committee within the school district, or what's the committee and both?
Just together, that's both. And so we could, you know, talk about, okay, who wants to be on your side? How many people do you want to be on our side? We've got no rules around that committee. We're pretty open to what it looks like, where we would meet, etc. We could meet out at Claytley.
Elders, youth, you know, whoever wants to.
Yeah.
It's open to everybody.
I think it's important to have someone on administration who would know and contribute to the conversation around liabilities and access to the facilities and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we would include probably like Pam Spooner, you know, has talked about, okay, so what sort of funds would be available from the school district for certain things? Because, of course, our money is tied up in education, so we can't pay for certain things, but we can pay for other things. And so she would be probably attending our meetings occasionally as well. Obviously, Jen would be there because she's our expert on language from there. Larry and I would probably be there to help out with the coordination of curriculum and Indigenous ed workers as well.
Do you want to talk about who Larry is? Because he's not here right now.
So Larry's our Indigenous ed supervisor. He's the one who's actually in charge of basically all of the training for the land-based learning and culture for our
Indigenous education
Indigenous education workers for our district. And so he used to work out at Camp Trapping. So he worked out at Camp Trapping, I believe, for 25 years. And he was supervisor, manager out there for the last 8 years. So he's the one who closed down the camp. So when we go through the camp, Larry knows exactly where everything is, how everything runs, the maintenance on everything that's out there. From the water filtration to he knows exactly what's supposed to be everywhere and how everything works there. So he took us through. It's like, okay, here's where the low ropes course, is. Here's where this cabin is. Here's where this. And so he actually has such a wealth of knowledge from Camp Trapping that it's really impressive to actually just kind of have that sort of informational resource when we're looking at changing the camp possibly towards something else. He knows exactly what needs to be done with the various things.
And one of the things for the district is we have schools that book to go to Nest Lake all the time. Nest Lake's a Bible camp. It's not very culturally inclusive, and we've had some concerns around, their openness to having certain people out there and certain procedures and ceremonies that happen out there. So Camp Trapping becoming, maybe a Clayton led, but supported by our district, opportunity for, students throughout the district, but more importantly for us with targeted funding for our Indigenous students to get that cultural connection. The trap line isn't providing that at this time because only small groups go out and they do very targeted activities with very limited staff. So something like this would raise the opportunity for our communities to have a cultural experience that's fun and engaging, but also educational.
Mm-hmm.
We also have in our grand scheme of the district's land-based learning, we have other things like Otway is a site that we want to start accessing, and then the green spaces around the schools and going out to sites like this. This would fill in a huge portion of that missing opportunity for larger activities to happen. We have an annual youth and elders gathering that has been happening at different locations, the university, out at McLeod Lake and McBride. This would be a location we could host locally.
Councillor Gibbs, do you have any question?
Just more of a clarification. So really it would be a partnership with Clayton Tenay rather than any sort of lease agreement. I think because at first I was thinking it was the district was wanting to lease the space, so it would be a full partnership. And then with that, what are the expectations from the nation other than I guess providing? I guess there would be a call out for elders and knowledge holders. Would that come from the Indigenous Education Department, or would that be something we would put out?
I think it's up to you guys. It's slightly space and how of course, even with the ILT deciding how things are going to look, how the culture is going to look. So it really balls in Clayton's court on how this might progress. I mean, it could be Clayton's happy to let the district just access the space and do all the planning and do that work, because I know capacity is a hard thing to, facilitate, or Clayton might want to have more of a leading hand, a leading role in this, and maybe even open it up to other schools and other, organizations to book. So it could go a number of different ways, and it's really up to Clayton to make that choice, and we'll follow whatever decisions are made here.
Hmm. And it
Thank you.
could be perhaps like more than one committee, because we could have one committee that just looks at like, okay, essentially budgetary things, like as far as like, okay, testing the water or clearing out, weeds and like maintenance of the site. And then a completely different committee that's actually looking at the language and culture that wants to be actually done on the land. Those could be done separately, with different partners depending upon, your lead.
Thank you. Councillor Seymour?
Good morning. Yeah, so when we're talking about this project, we're looking at things like language and culture, almost as if it should be unique to this program. But I know under the Amendment 40 and the School Act that the schools are supposed to actually include a lot of the local curriculum and local culture into the curriculum anyway. So I see that as being its own standalone committee. And when it comes to the camp trapping, is there some sort of financial framework that you would have so that we understand which type of liability Claytley would be undertaking and what type of liability the school district would be taking so that we can ensure everyone's protected?
Okay, so we're kind of looking at, Claytley being in charge of all the land, all the buildings, everything that's actually that is there. Where we kind of see the school district is like going like, okay, we're in the lead as far as like, okay, we're providing all of the busing to get kids out there. We're looking at training of the staff members so that
Elders.
for when we're out there, transportation of elders out there, coordination of the activities, generation of the like basically generation of the curriculum to go with the land-based learning resources, which we're already partially doing through the school district in coordination with our elders. So we're looking at, because we can spend money on the essentially any of the learning piece, any of the learning side. So, we could possibly even like look at, buying new canoes for there, or there's no archery range right now. Okay, so we could see, the purchase of all the bows and the arrows. We can't necessarily pay for the building of, the range itself, but we can build the supplies that are needed in order to go through some of those. We'd have to work with some of those other agreements. So we're looking at kind of building up our side. We'd be kind of building up more of the thinking capacity.
The programs and logistics that way. I think Claytley would have to have their own liability insurance and the district would have to have their own as well, from my understanding. And the hopes are that with us bringing as much of the activities and the infrastructure for those particular activities, the infrastructure that's existing there, the assets that you have, would likely need to be maintained by yourselves, knowing what standard you guys have and what the building codes are and stuff like that. Because we generally don't spend funding on capital projects like that, especially with targeted funds. But we can do the programs and, the supplies and pay for the people and the training and the busing and, the food and the materials that are used in the programs, but not so much the infrastructure itself.
Okay, in addition to Josh's question about liability and that, is this gonna be the same type of like agreement, or you have to get the signatures from the parents first of all and from the school itself, like a day trip or a school trip type thing with the forms, all that? I know we have to fill out a whole bunch of forms when the school district takes the children out on a field trip. They call it field trip. Like say when they go up to the ski hill and, like if the child hurts themselves or whatnot, we have to sign forms for waivers and stuff. Like, that we know that our child is going skiing. However, if the child gets hurt, then that's, we have to waive that so the school doesn't get in trouble, or the business itself. Is that going to be the same kind of styling of forms that would have to be filled out by the students and teachers and parents?
Yes. So anytime a school is taken, a student is taken off of the school grounds, they have to actually sign a permission form to go anywhere. So parents are informed whenever and then we rate it, whether it's a mild, medium, or high risk activity. And then that actually also then includes what other paperwork needs to be informed of with parents. If it's a very high risk activity, like the high school kids, when they're actually going winter camping, they actually have to have a parent meeting with the parents so that they actually have informed consent before they go. But yes, like just like with Nest Lake and stuff, there would be an extra waiver sheet explaining for camp trapping the same way that we do for those other locations where we're going to, because we're going to have kids in canoes with life jackets on a lake, and that's not a regular low risk activity, is sitting in a classroom desk. So we foresee that we would have more people.
Councillor Seymour?
So are you looking just to basically lease the site?
No, we want Clately to own it. We want it to just be so that it's a flexible use, so that if there's an activity that's happening this week, we're not booking in for that week. But we want to be kind of sharing essentially the development of the site. So like we can see like helping to develop like the gardens that are there, helping develop like the low ropes course that used to be there, the archery range that used to be there, so that it's kind of, it's more flexible in its usage between school district and Clately.
And I think to help offset some of the costs with the buildings, infrastructure, insurance and all that, just like we pay for Nest Lake, when students go out there, they pay a rate. We could also make that financial arrangement to pay a rate for use of the space like they do there, except we would be providing all of the programming and the staffing for the activities.
And if other school districts, say in the future, wanted to use the location, then they would be paying a higher rate because their school district is not helping to pay for the development of this camp.
It wouldn't be staffed, right?
No.
It's just a location.
So what I'm hearing is the school district will staff their own field trip and bring their own curriculum, and you want to use the site for a rental. That's what I asked was basically just renting the site from us, right?
Yeah, but not a lease. A lease is separate than renting a space, right? And it wouldn't be just our own staff. Like that's the thing, is the co-development of the programs and the curriculum, the co-development of all the activities and the uses, and when and where and how that's done is the important piece for us to make sure that that it's following Clately protocols and accuracy for the activities. We don't want to bring other sort of people's activities on site without permission, that type of stuff. Oh, sorry.
And Hatfield, you mentioned that you're building a curriculum with elders. Which elders?
We haven't built any curriculum. We would like to, that's this partnership, is reaching out and making sure that we have Clately on board to help co-develop these programs. Curriculum is one thing. It's not so much a curriculum as it is activities and lesson plans with targeted learning outcomes.
And we're trying to get away from the, as you said, Josh, with incorporating it within the curriculum. We're trying to get away from the idea that, when the kids go out for they go to the trap line, this is a one-off activity that has nothing to do with the rest of their schooling at school. Like, we're trying to get away from that. We're trying to get to the point of kids can learn in the classroom. They can go out on the land. They can see things out on the land, maybe pick things out of land, learn how to traditionally harvest something, come back into their classroom and keep going with that piece. So that way it's much more authentic. It's much longer term and it's more valued. It's not just a one-off activity. It's because it should not be a one-off activity, and that's kind of where we can see places like camp trapping helping us with that.
The other thing to keep in mind is with targeted dollars, we are not supposed to be teaching. This is above and beyond, right, our regular school activities, where they get to come and experience culture and language and absorb that in a different way. And it should inspire teachers and students to continue that work in their own environments, in the schools, around, their homes, out on the land. And somewhere they can come on a regular basis, right? People go to Nest Lake numerous times, depending on their school's funding and stuff, but, progressively learning more and more.
Mm-hmm. We have Nesteo's grade 6-7s are spending, I think, somewhere around $10,000 to take their 6-7s to a camp that's around Squamish, and going, it's like, well, that's great, but if we had that spot, it would be so much more authentic and so much more valuable if we're teaching, they can go out and do those activities, but do it, from Clately culture instead of Squamish Nation's culture down there.
Is there a projected financial analysis of what this will cost, just so that we can kind of compare it to the cost of the maintenance and the upkeep of the facilities?
In my brief conversation with Pam, from our side, she kind of just spitballed some numbers that she was looking at would probably be about $100,000 for us in the first year, is what we would be looking at kind of pouring into making this really happen, making this go, and then probably about $10,000 a year afterwards to look at, okay, keeping this going, further developing it. But that initial kind of piece is going to take a lot, because we need, it's bringing the site back up. It's name, putting, the Clately words on everything all around, so that it's not just full of English words everywhere.
And we don't know what the site needs are to be up to code. That would be involve getting someone out there to inspect. Maybe some of your folks already have some of that knowledge from the recent visits and transfer, but we couldn't project that ourselves because we don't know.
Like when we did the tour with Zawad, everything seemed to be in like remarkably good shape. The kitchen building needed some work on that one, but the classroom seemed great. The lands themselves seemed great. The district probably would not be using the wood shop, so we didn't go in there. We have no idea what it looks like. It's one of the oldest buildings on site, is what Larry says. But yeah, like it was in fantastic shape.
Councillor Seymour?
Yeah. So I'm just looking. So I'm just looking in the finesse book that we received, and looking at the amendments to the School Act, and a lot of it is based around building a local curriculum, anyways. So I'm pretty sure that would be covered. So what we'd be looking at is basically site programming, right? Is that what we mean?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got plants, animals, we've got trees, we've got we could do community gardens with local, stuff that, kids are producing right out on site. And of course, the cultural activities that Clately wants us to teach, the history pieces that Clately wants us to teach, we can include that in our site-based learning piece there, but that the kids could learn about it in the classroom, on site, and then continue afterwards. It's not just about a one shot at camp trapping, which also we hope that you will rename from camp trapping. Yeah.
When it's so just looking at it, I just want to be sure that, when we look at partnerships, we do want to share our culture and our language and our knowledge, but we want to be sure that the people that are benefiting it are the children as well as the people who are teaching it. So it wouldn't be just a one-off with an elder coming in teaching one of your staff members, and then that staff member makes a career off it.
Councillor Daniel?
Exactly.
What's the current MOU with the school district and the band? Does anybody have an idea of that?
We have an LEA. I don't know if we have an MOU.
Okay, I think it would be worthwhile looking at the LEA first, and then perhaps developing an MOU with the school district. If the LEA encapsulates some of what we're talking about, then I think that'll kind of give more understanding to what it is you guys are wanting and what we can provide. I do have concerns with, I just have concerns with the state of the buildings as they are now, because I'm understanding that they're not in very good shape. I understand there's a lot of VAT issues going on in there.
Finish has been taken care of.
Okay, bad situation been taken care of.
Sweet.
Some of the buildings are fairly old, from my understanding as well.
It requires some work, yeah, for sure.
Okay. Just so that we're kind of clear about the people that are going to be involved with this as well. We do have band members that did work out there for a few years as well. One of them happens to be my son. He did work closely with Larry, and he is a Lheidli First Nation member. So I would be more of the mindset of there needs to be I think a broader conversation about this at the council level, where we can talk a little bit more about what we feel this area could be used for. I'm not shutting the door on SD 57. I think there's a lot of good things that you're mentioning in there. I think it could be also, you could also have other organizations involved in this as well. I don't want to get too many fingers in the pie either, because once you start to do that, then you have so many outsiders taking over, and that's what I do not want to have happen. I want this to be something that Lheidli we own, it's ours, and I want our nation's interest to be taken care of first. That's the most important thing here. So, thank you.
Councillor Seymour?
Yeah, and I think that's something that we have to get on with, looking at the LEA, because we knew we would have to change some of the wording within the LEA once the amendments were made to the School Act. And within that School Act, a lot of the choices come from the land holders and the rights holders of the territory. So I think we got to start there. Like, we can work off the current LEA, but we have to understand that it is a living document, and we got to update it to what we have here. I do see this as a huge opportunity, because there is there's a possibility of a lot of families who are working towards getting trap lines back. So even, looking at the trap line usage, it might be a win-win for both the school district and for Lheidli to basically revitalize our culture in that way. So I could see the partnership growing from there. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is just a proposal to get you guys, get you thinking about the potential for the site. If there's any opportunity, whether it's this site or other sites in Lheidli territory, we're in support of, essentially building and expanding the land-based program in partnership. We don't want to just railroad through and just start doing programs. It's definitely in communication and consultation with Lheidli. Almost all of our programs that we do run, like, I can't speak for every school themselves because they do their own programs, but from our department, we engage with Lheidli as much as possible, either through the ILT with Pam or with the Elder Society themselves. And if there are other processes we should be following, or you would like us to follow, or people you want to include in the conversation, if you want to have a separate meeting with a targeted group of people to, hash out those details, we'll make ourselves available. And I understand this is going to have some conversation at the council level, because there were other plans and there are other potential opportunities for this site. So it's totally up to you guys, but we wanted to make sure you're aware of, our hopes and in possible investment, financially and, with our human power to make this, to expand our land-based program and include Lheidli, and, hopefully with what we do, over this other times, over summer, spring break and stuff like that, there can be more cultural activities for Lheidli members themselves to further develop out there.
Thank you. So, what we hear, we need some internal discussion. Council needs have some internal discussion. So, we'll be circle you back. So, Zawad will be in touch once the council has the internal discussion.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for giving us the time. And if you have any other questions, reach out anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just get more information, I guess, and then,
So I think the $10,000 for a year is too low. Materials cost and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Underutilization of the resources.
Yeah. So basically, so far, discussion-wise, I have been able to discuss with Northern Health outside of school district to see what type of things they can support. I think, in my view, it would be worth to kind of set up a program for camp trapping where there could be 2 or 3, not more than that, stakeholders or organizations partnering with us. I agree with that, that too many hands on the pie might be a bad thing at the end of the day because it loses purpose, creates difficulties in decision making and all that.
chaos.
But I think it will have 2 main streams. One is culture and education, one is based on healing. And I say that because it is timely. We set up funding for a program plan for that 4 pillars, the money we are getting through 4 Pillars Society, if you remember, that band class action we're a member of. So that thing we have actually sent out a program to them, and managing camp trapping is one of them. And the one of the 4 pillars we're touching with this funding is healing. So healing needs to be somehow a part of this. So I think it would be beneficial if we could engage Northern Health in this one a little bit more actively and kind of create or start a conversation among all of us. That way we could facilitate this and actually develop a program plan. Once we have a program plan, it will be easier to find out what costs are related and then create a budget, go from there. I might have actually about $150,000 from the 4 pillar one towards year 1, and it goes from there.
Councillor Seymour, please.
Councillor Gibbs had her hand up first.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Zawad. Revisiting with Northern Health more in depth. And I think mine's more of a comment. I would have a hard time. I don't know if there could be a balance really if the school district were to utilize the space, but only, I think anything to do with Northern Health would be more of a permanent. I don't see us being able to say, sorry, but you have to vacate because we have the school district coming for the day. I think that would be the hard part to have them both. I guess depending on what Northern Health proposes or what we propose with Northern Health. For any healing, I just see it being as more of a permanent position out there.
In response to that, you're right, but it will largely depend on how far Northern Health want to go in that program. Because for now, what sense I have got from them, they want to be more to a supportive role. Okay, you need help in this type of programming, you want some help to get this type of license or regulation, then they will come in and run something for us. They don't want to do that. They just want to come in as a kind of an advisory piece and try to help where they can. And that's why I think developing a program would be helpful, because if we end up having no one, or Northern Health or FNHA, for instance, at a very limited capacity, then that could be feasible. Actually, they say that we will have 8 cohorts, for example, 2 weeks each for each cohort, 16 weeks, and rest of the time we don't have anything. And that kind of situation could trigger to arrange something with school district, for example, and we can actually create an annual program calendar that, okay, these are the months we're doing this, these are the months we're doing this, where I'm going. So that way we could potentially kind of contribute towards the maintenance and infrastructure, Northern Health can come in for the programming part, which belongs to or mostly kind of relates to them, and school district can come for the programs which relates to them, and that pays for the programs themselves.
Councillor Seymour and then Councillor Daniel.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the programming kind of wish list of what they want, and this seems like a lot of the programming would be just day programming, which I honestly think we could do within the community, which would also help bring students into our community and build those relationships. So when they're looking at things like the community garden, when they're looking at things like archery, when they're looking at things at like certain types of training, I honestly see an opportunity for us to do a lot of that within our community. On the north side as well as the south side, depending on their needs. The one thing we can't do is the overnights, but this would help us develop those programs, which seems like to be a big push for them. We just couldn't do the overnights.
And just kind of riding off of what Zawad said about the having cohorts, different types of programming during the year. So this is where you could have like a recovery center of some sort. So like say in the wintertime, you'd have like a men's cohort that would be 8 weeks. You'd have a women's cohort that would be 8 weeks. Then you get into the spring and summer months, then you could go to the school district and they could come out, have their cohort for a month or two or whatever it is. That way you do have an annual calendar of programming out there, and you're getting the backing from Northern Health and maybe some other organizations who would be interested in it. I mean, we have a grants and funding officer now that can write for these proposals, and I can't see why we wouldn't get a lot of money in order to help run that camp out there. I'm a little hesitant. Like I said, I just want to make sure that we're covering all of our angles here, not just pigeonholing ourselves to one organization and saying this is a year-round thing with school district, because it shouldn't be, because it can provide a lot of good things for the community and helping people in recovery. And Lord knows we need it in Prince George, because there's a lot of people who are struggling with addiction, right? So including our own people. So I'm not trying to minimize the people that are in our nation, but we could do a lot of good, not only for a band, but also for other people as well too.
I agree, and that is why what my focus was to bring in here is, can I have your permission to engage into a discussion and engage into discussion with all of them with a goal that we want to develop a program for a particular year, like how 1 year looks like for us in terms of programming and camp wrapping, and then it will give a lot of clarity to council to pick and choose if you want. That, okay, we want to have this in this way, or we want to have in this, that way. Then it will be a solid ground to make decisions. Otherwise, it's too vague.
Yeah. That sounds like.
So I think the decision is like, John's gonna seek more information about Northern Health proposal.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I will try to create a annual programming kind of an idea, even if not to the very details, but at least a skeleton idea of how it might look like, and then I'll present it, and then you can decide.
And also, just to also stay in touch with the school district. I mean, Jen is a band member, and I mean, she has a lot of knowledge in there, and she knows in that perspective how to tread in that area very carefully and how to stop very loudly and get answers to, right? So that's a benefit for us as well.
She's been in there for a while now, eh?
So I want to clarify one more thing. Like when I said that I will be working towards an annual calendar or something like that, I intend to engage with every one of them, like school district, Northern Health, and potentially probably FNHA as well. And then
just like even with what Jen had mentioned with the school district or the school doing that annual trip to Nest Lake Bible Camp, like we could replace that with and have, even if we just did something like that, right? Like I think we should have the school district out at some point in the calendar that you put together. And I think with camp trapping too, at the original when we originally set out for it, it was for some sort of recovery aftercare programming is what we were more looking into. But I think honestly it does start there though, within school age children.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Zoe.
It's 11:03. We'll take a 10-minute break. Presley? Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. And Zawad, list of the
Thank you. So basically, I'll start with Northern Health Lease update. So as we speak right now, Northern Health finally came back saying everything looks good from their end. So we have reviewed the lease from our legal counsel. They have got it reviewed from their legal counsel. So everything is kind of set. We need to move 3 staff from the trailer who are going to move, if not end of next week, by first week of January for sure, because we are getting some demo done in band office. Just a side note, when we needed to get the renovation done for the band office, we did put up a call in website, Facebook, and try to reach out directly to kind of have a band member owned or like companies where band members work to give them an opportunity. We didn't get any response from band member owned companies. So we had 3 quotes and we went with the lowest quote. Similarly, we are going to do the same thing for the Lance trailer. It's significantly smaller work than the band office, but we'll still post it. So we need some work done before they can move in. So that's the update. Once I have signed document, I will provide it to executive director. And also a land committee is aware of this lease. So we try to make sure that after we.
Thank you, Zawad.
Yeah.
So the whole policy is like that any lease or any property, it must be run through the land community.
Yeah, this time we made sure of that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the update for Northern Health. I'm skipping the number 2 because number 2 and a little bit of housing, I would invite Dept to join. So I would keep those together. I will go to IT matters. So this is a short update as well. So we have put out an RFI, request for information out, about 2 weeks ago, and it ends next Monday. The idea is to kind of find out some information from professionals out there for three things. One is to develop or redevelop the membership app based on last discussion in the AGM or MGM, and before that in the AGM. We wanted to have more members to sign up for the membership app. Right now, the app we are using, it's free. Therefore, it has some limitations attached to it. For example, we cannot send text to members, but so we are seeing that members are getting more interested, and we want to create this whole communication thing based off the membership app, and we don't want to switch into different systems or programs off and on, so that it's more smooth and seamless for members. So we thought it's probably a good time to kind of invest a little bit more time to see if we can develop something with a developer or there is a standalone solution which might work good for us. So that is the reason we wanted to go ahead with the RFI. I'll come to you in just 1 second. And another thing is we want to automate the forms, mostly the purchase requisition, the check requisition, and all of that, and try to kind of integrate our existing manual forms into our Microsoft Office system or into a finance system. So RFI will give us some information how we can integrate those things within our existing MS system, or we are also engaged into different financial software system with Tofik and Nasir being involved. That's in parallel going on, just started. And the third thing is we wanted to do a peer review for the managed IT system we do in-house. The reason is we wanted to see if we can do a risk assessment, vulnerability assessment, and also if we are doing things right, if there is any room for cost savings and so forth. Just to have an individual peer review, like from industry standard and the professional standpoint, they could come in and give us an opinion similar to an audit, like not that extreme, but kind of a good professional overview.
So I would add a little bit here. So we have been in contact managing our IT with MicroSP previously, right? If you recall, like few years back. And then gradually we are managing it ourselves, almost most of the things. So it's a very efficient to evaluate our efficiency level in a regular period of time, say in 1 year, 2 year. Technology always get updates. And it is always good to get audited update that how our IT system is working. So that is the thought there. And I guess we have funding for that, right?
Yeah, I do have some funding to cover this cost. It will largely depend on how much it gets quoted, right? So we are in an RFI stage, so that means companies will come in and provide us with information about our estimates and things like that. And then based on what we hear, based on what our needs are, we will prepare an RFP and put it out to get exact quotes, and we'll take it from there. But we do have some amount from a funding surplus, which could go towards this, at least in the initial phase.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify more about the app that we have online. Approximately how many members logged into that? Do you
Logged into that? I don't think that has a dashboard or something of that sort, which gives you that much granular data. So that could be one reason, you could see why we want to invest into something more substantial, where you could have a little bit more insight, right? And it's more organized. Members can access to let's say, policies, and all of those things, and it's easier to get into more user-friendly to use.
Okay. So, like we had at the MGM, you have to boot their members who are going to go there and they can log into that system. Where could they find it online if some of them that weren't there?
Yes, it is on the website. Okay. Somebody can go in there and scan a QR code.
Yes, cool.
Capital projects update. Biggest update is related with the wastewater system. We are in the substantial completion stage. So basically, the construction is almost 85% done with a few deficiencies. The reason for those deficiencies is snow came in earlier than we thought. So once the snow melts, those will be dealt with because we need warmer temperature. Most of that is related to piping and liner stuff. So, but we are done with substantial completion. As you can see, just beside the health center, the lift station is here. We are just waiting for a good time when the water table is lowest. Sometime in January, we're hoping. Then at that point of time, it will be installed in there. And with everything said and done, I really hope that homes will be connected by July, say 2025. There will be a little bit of delay and will take a little bit of time before we start operating it so that we make sure every single home is connected and the existing septics are properly disconnected and buried under the ground. And then only we will start the process of getting the wastewater operating. Related with the water system, we are still on the design phase, working on the design. Hopefully by end of February, the design will be complete, and then we will ask for the money for the construction. It's going on good, still under budget. Regarding ancient forest, we are close to get the tender out. Hopefully the tender we're working on the tender package right now. So tender package will be ready mid-January, latest by end of January. At that point of time, we will publish it. And at that point of time, we need to go to Ministry of Municipal Affairs and probably Ministry of Tourism of the province to try to minimize the gap of funding we would have eventually for the boardwalk and the interpretive center. It is very important, and during our UBCM meeting, the ministerial staff, they indicated that we must go to the ministry during the time of late December, early January, because that's the time they have room to improve their contribution towards something like this. I want to remind everybody in here that even though the funding is coming through the province for Ancient Forest Enhancement Project, it's still 90% of that is federally funded. So the idea is to go to the province and say that, hey, there is a little bit of gap scale with the federal funding, and we paying 10% of it, and we want you to come forward and close that. But we didn't want to do that before the tender package is ready, because when the tender package is ready, we know almost exactly how the cost will be. After that, the Fraser River Bridge, the DAR is submitted to his BC region. Now they're going to send it to his Ottawa. If headquarter approves, then the DAR will be approved. The DAR is for the design approval request. So the design is approximately $2 million. So it is really important that we push the federal government because it's in their hands now. And if they deny this project is not going to happen, because BC region said they have no strings on it. If Ottawa is not funding it at this point, they can't fund the design phase, even if it is $2 million very well within their budget, but they won't fund it because they know for sure at that point of time that Ottawa will not fund the construction, right? So it will be very important to set up a meeting and pursue this politically with federal government so that it's approved from their end. I don't think it will be approved without intervention. It's very important that we intervene at this point. Once something is written in black and white, then it is really hard to push back.
And how soon should we set up this meeting? Like as soon as possible? Or?
I would say as soon as possible, because from our end it is sent.
Yeah.
So now from BC region, I heard that they haven't sent it yet, but they will send it by December 15th, which is technically this weekend. Yeah. So I think we should try to focus on this as soon as possible on an urgent basis.
So what I would suggest, draft a email like with every deadline and circulate it with council. So I think like we should engage somebody. How can we, which ministry should we connect?
Yeah, I have the contacts and
fantastic. So which ministry should I connect so that I can engage somebody to set up the meeting and everything?
Okay, we'll do that. Now, the rest is the housing related matter. So, if you remember, there was, I'm going to share my screen, but 8 months ago, there was a project which was approved by council to apply for 5 multiplexes. And that required can you see it online?
Yep.
So basically,
I guess, yeah.
Basically, council approved to go with 5 multiplex buildings, each having 4 units, meaning there are 20 units. So the cost would be roughly $2.5 million per building. And ISP was to provide us with $200,000 per unit funding under this multiplex proposal call. And our housing manager, Derek, communicated this to the council that we would probably get 3 if we apply for 5, right? So that's exactly what happened. That is, they wanted to kind of go with 3 units, so that means 12 total individual units, 3 unit multiplex. Now the problem is council committed $2.5 million for the whole project for 5 units, but apparently it's going to be the same thing for even 3 units, because that's how the math was calculated, keeping the rent for $650 a month. The catch is when we apply for this funding, the funding is coming from, one is ESC, which we don't have to pay back, but another portion is CMHC's funding, that is co-investment fund. So that is a borrowing. If we do not raise the rent above their threshold, which is kind of set by the market and their data, which is close to $1,200 a month, then we do not qualify for that loan, which we require to go with the 5 buildings, 20 units total. But we will be okay setting the rent at $650 if we seek for funding for 3 buildings, like 12 units. Does it make sense to you? So that is kind of our challenge. What should we do at this point? Now, we have multiple options. We can go ahead as it sits right now, and after all the approvals and everything, we initially asked for $2.5 million, but we have a funding gap of $141,077 after calculation. So it will be $141,000 more than 2.5, which the nation needs to contribute. So this is kind of the breakdown of, sorry, zoomed it too much. Yeah, there. So basically, we have a little bit of shortfall with this as $141,000. Now we can choose other routes too. We can go ahead with 5 buildings. That basically means we may not, almost guaranteed that we will not get that CMHC loan borrowing, which is $1.8 million for 3 units, which will be a little bit more, of course, for 5 buildings, right? So say another $3 million would have to be kind of provided by the bank if we end up not taking the loan from CMHC. That's one route. Another route is, of course, we can scrap the whole project, which I don't think we want to do. So we are seeking here the guideline from council, which way you want to proceed.
So just more clarification, Zawad.
Yeah.
Sorry, Robert. So, total multiplex cost per unit is 2.2 million, right?
2.3 almost.
2.3, say 2.3. And how many multiplex? We're talking about 3.
3.
That means like $6.8 million?
Roughly 8.2. The reason is that multiplex cost per unit you are seeing, that is the building cost. It has some land development cost as well. And that land development cost is already spent, like $1.3 million.
So out of $8.2 million national contribution, that means council approved already $2.5 million.
Yes.
CMHC loan borrowing is 1.8. So 2.5 plus 1.8 you did it, right? So
Right.
2.5 plus 1.8 is 4.3 million.
Right.
Still there is a gap of 4 million.
That the overall cost, you are deducting it from 8.2. 1.3 we have already spent for the land development, site development.
Okay.
And that is not out of our own pocket, but that was funded, but that is included in the total project cost, right? So, yeah.
2.5 and then 1.8. So 2.6 million.
Now, around that money is coming from ISK.
2.6?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. So
Whatever is left, that's coming from, yes, Indigenous Services Canada. So now the question is,
Robert.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say. Okay.
So now the question is, do we go ahead with this, with nation contributing 2.5 plus 141, so 2.641, or we try to still go for 5 units, but knowing that we significantly have to pay more because we won't probably get that CMHC funding, or do we scrap it?
So has the lot development been for the 5 buildings? Or 3?
So basically it doesn't matter because it's kind of a vertical thing, right? And we can probably still keep one section of the lot vacant where we can build something else at the end of the day. If you are trying to understand that whether or not that lot can be used, that can be used. That can be used from a different funding or something
Later on, right?
later on. Yeah.
So I guess it would be fair to say that if we went with 3, the price would stay at $650 a month per tenant.
Per tenant, yeah.
If we don't, then it goes to $1,200 a month because we have to meet that target, the threshold that they're asking us to.
That's correct. Yes.
So when did that digital?
Yeah, that's something similar to the triplex, if I remember, when I first got into housing. This concept they used for the triplex, like, I know we didn't get the funding for it or the whatever. I think the band did what you said. They just went with the cost and everything, and the $650 a month. The triplexes was supposed to be $550, but we put it to $650 because it wouldn't have not the amount of money that was used for it. So it didn't. So the triplex was solely built and owned unit out of our own OSR at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this was. I think they did a kind of like a trial run on this. So, to see how it would work for our future housing if we were to do something like this again.
Crystal?
Yeah, sorry. Zawad, I'm sorry to make you say it all again, but if we stick with the original plan and go with the number of units that we'd set in the beginning, how much extra is it?
So if we want to go for 5 units, you mean like 5 buildings?
Yeah.
Okay, so the math will be say $6 million roughly additional.
And we would have to make the rent around $1,200 per person or per unit?
That's correct.
So, I mean, my recommendation is would be to obviously have the affordable rent, the $650, go with the lesser amount of units so that we still get that CMHC funding, because you said that we could potentially build afterwards anyway, right?
Yeah, the lands belongs to the band, so yeah, definitely.
Yeah, because that would give us how many units?
Right now it will give us 12 units.
Yeah, which is 12 units we don't have. Yeah, that would be what I would go with. Just me.
And just for clarification, for the 12 units, 3 buildings. So in addition to 2.5 million, we need $1.41 million more, right?
141.
141.
This is their investment. We don't have to increase it.
Join in.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to clarify that point that if Ben increases their initial investment, then we don't have to increase the rate. If we keep the investment around $2.5 million, then we have to increase the rate. But then CMHC puts us outside of the affordability matrix, so then we can't take the loan anyways. Right?
Well, technically speaking, then it becomes about more than $10 million investment, which you are putting in and getting $650 a month of rent, which will not be financially feasible in terms of an investment. You can probably, but you can probably invest that much of amount of money, buy apartments in the city, and then rent it to band members. I'm just saying, right? Financially, it's, in my opinion, it's just not.
Okay, so where are we at here when it comes to when do you need to know this and what needs to happen from us? Do you need to know something right away?
I think like they need an approval for additional 141,000.
Basically, we need an approval so that we can go back to ISK and CMHC and say that yes, you are good to process our application.
Okay.
With all five or just the three?
with the three
Okay,
and with the $2.641 million of approval from council to contribute towards.
which we've already allotted to you guys,
Mhm.
on top of the 140.
Yeah, just on top of.
Do you need a VCR for that?
Motion.
Okay,
I can,
motion, okay, so the motion. Go ahead.
yeah, I can read the motion.
Okay.
So, the chief and council already approved $2.5 million, funding from OSR for 12 units and 3 buildings for the multiplex unit. So, according to the current presentation, it would require additional $141,000 more. So, we need a motion to approve the additional $141,000.
141?
Yes,
I'll, make the motion.
moved by Councillor Robert Deleon, seconded by Councillor Jail. All in favor?
Aye.
System in favor, John, Josh.
John?
Okay, all in favor.
All in favor? Moved.
Sounds good.
So when is this gonna start, the building gonna start with this thing?
I'd like to have everything finished, May.
Of this year,
Yes,
or start this coming year?
yes.
So people in May?
Yes.
Okay, good. The winter is here.
Yeah, some, Freeport was the builder that we initially settled on when this project started. As long as, everything goes smooth with IC and CMHC over the next couple of weeks, they'll start building in January. Right? And all we need to wait is for the ground to fall, put the, foundation in, and drop the units in.
But in all fairness, I think we will provide a schedule once everything.
Yeah.
is and the work started.
Yeah, of course. It is built around a 6 to max 7 month schedule.
Okay, so we can safely say that more into the summer.
Yeah,
Safely next year,
yeah,
fall. for
yeah,
sure.
please, yeah. Okay.
So that would even provoke me to move into one of those things.
Right?
That brings us to the last portion of this one.
Just one thing. So for the $2.6 million, I will look for the avenue whether it is suitable to fund it from ourselves or we should go for financing.
I would, considering we just had a donation given to us yesterday of $1.12 million, you might want to consider looking at that. I'm just saying that it's there, and if it's there, then we might as well look into possibly using it, but that'll be up to the council, so.
Yeah.
If I may, that would be the fastest route to getting them done. Plus Freeport would be able to knock off a substantial amount per year that they've already come forward and said, if we can put something together, we can actually start, taking money off per unit. Right?
Can you get that in writing?
I have it ready.
Like a tape, so
$14,000 per unit less.
if we get it paid right away.
If we can get signed on and get this ball rolling right away.
Oh, I see. what you're saying.
Oh, yeah.
The CMHC funding and just take the ISC funding.
Mhm.
So is there any other company except Freeport? Or like, we got the 3 houses from
Yeah,
Freeport?
Well, yeah, they were about 6 months behind on their original estimate. That said, though, the quality of the houses was done really
What
well.
about the one like we saw in beside the airport? You remember?
Yes, yeah.
What is the name of the company?
Heinrich.
Heinrich, yeah, that's up there, yeah, not the airport, that's up on the harbor.
And we're at a stage where ISC, we have adaptations and HVAC stuff done.
That's,
On these units, all the architectural stuff that needed to be done for the loans has been finished. So
I will just give you a little bit of context in here.
Sure.
So basically, when the VCR was done, it was done based on Freeport's proposal
Oh,
with the drawings and stuff. And when we applied, we had applied with everything ready because it had to be shovel ready.
no.
That you have your design in hand,
Mhm.
you know exactly what you're putting in, and you meet with whatever their requirements are. So
Okay,
it's already in the works.
okay, then that makes sense, then, yeah. Okay,
and you were saying that the wastewater, sorry, the system will be in place and this will be able to be connected to it very quickly.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, thank
There is no reason we.
Thanks, sorry, you know, so.
No. I mean, there is no reason we will put septic into it.
Yeah.
We haven't budgeted for it. Even.
Ooh.
Well, actually, we did in the original,
Expensive.
but we've taken that out, and that's actually what brought the cost of the units
A
down
little bit.
from 2.5 to 2.2 million.
Okay.
And that actually, another thing is now we can squeeze the things into smaller lots because of having the wastewater system. Because if we needed, for example, you had
Yeah.
triplex
Yeah.
because you needed space.
Yeah, we
for
need a
septic,
space,
right?
yeah.
So now because we don't need septic,
Mhm.
we can have more of like this type of
Yes,
buildings in future.
Yeah.
And we're not restricted to horizontal buildings.
Yeah.
When, so when this gets signed and ready to go, can you, I think it would be appropriate to have these pictures put on our website, if we haven't already, just to show the membership that
Absolutely.
this is what's coming. I think it's important
That's a good
stuff.
idea.
I mean,
Mhm.
it captured my attention, my interest. I would definitely be interested in moving into one of these units myself.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
The only change that's been made from the original proposals, all the bottom units will be fully accessible.
Right. Just to make sure people,
Sure.
we have more resources for
Mhm.
people who need accessibility, right?
Nice.
Anyways, I don't want to capture into time more, but we do have one more thing, one small thing, housing policy enforcement. So basically, we're meeting on this, on one particular matter, later in today.
Yep.
But we wanted to discuss a little bit more because, regarding the housing policy, Derek has actually started enforcing the policy wherever it is warranted.
Mhm.
And when we are trying to enforce the policy, what we are trying to do, we are trying to cooperate with the commitment we made initially, suggested by council, that we will have a grace period after the policy comes into force, so that people have enough time to kind of make themselves, oriented with the policy and some time to sell their things and belongings. So that has passed. Now we are trying to engage into discussion with people that, hey, you probably need to take care of the vehicle in your yard, for example, or these or that. And once that approach fails, then our next step is to issue a letter to kind of document what we have tried and what our next steps are. We also even included helps. For example, if somebody has more than the cars or vehicles or other equipment allowed in their yards, we have provided an opportunity that we will tow it, we will eat on those costs and everything, so that you don't have to worry about it. You just need to give us the permission to do it, right?
So is this from your email with all these violation letters that were sent out to the certain members on reserve?
These are not sent out.
June to go out,
These are not sent out?
not yet.
So we are still waiting because we know that one issue came in. So we wanted to make sure that we are doing everything right from our side, that before we send out these letters. So this is to kind of ensure that we are trying to enforce the policy according to the policy itself. Like, we are not trying to pick and choose or trying to help one person over another. We're trying to be helpful to everybody as much as we can. And same help is being offered to everybody to our capacity. That there are things we can probably take it away or help them to remove, and there are things we absolutely can't do anything about, right? It has to be kind of them to take care of those things.
So just looking, I'm not gonna say what the letters are about or who they're going to, but there's already some mistakes I can see in the letters. Just so you know, dates are off that have already passed. Actually, pretty much all of them. I think you're gonna be changing those to be more appropriate for.
Yeah, I know. So basically, these are the drafts we have prepared, and if the dates are there for an intention, like that was the time we started to kind of circulate those things, and then we kind of immediately stopped to wait until the council meeting. That was suggested to us that, okay, let's hold it up, talk with council, and take a clearer direction how we are enforcing it, and then we'll take it from there.
So that was my reaction to Zawad. The reason is like, housing policy approved. We have enforced a little bit, but we got some setback. So when we enforce it in full capacity, so you'll get a lot of complaints, lot of things. So this is something like, so we need to ensure that staff are comfortable enough, or like, they can tell that this is council decision, we can enforce it. So not like they are dealing with a matter, but not like, something pressure from council level to them that why did you do that? Because it is in the policy. So they should be comfortable enough to what you have decided in the policy, staff should be comfortable to enforce that. So if we are okay, then we can start enforcing the policy. So I also told them a little bit that, okay, it is Christmas season. Let us have the council meeting just right after the Xmas. We start.
I would suggest waiting till after Christmas to start issuing these, only because you're right. We don't want to put any further stress or hardships on any of the membership. They're on reserve. They're going to be receiving any kind of news over the Christmas. I think that's not reasonable. So I think it's.
And if I may, just to that comment before your question. So even we thought about giving them a little bit more time. Let's say if we are issuing in January, we'll give them like 2 months or 3 months time, so that they have enough time to kind of get their head around it and then take action to those things. And we will, like I said, offer help as much as possible, like as much as feasible from our side.
Let us, as Robert told and I told, so let us convey that message after Christmas. So, any message before Christmas will make them
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a really, I think we should wait till after Christmas. And also, we have to make clear that, the policy, they've already seen it and whatnot, right? Like, I don't want to be rude or nothing, but to be honest, like, not to approach council. Like, if they approach us, then we should say you have to get a hold of housing, or you have to get a hold of Tophies. So we should be directed to tell them to tell you to go to you, right?
Yes.
So that there's no conflict involved in that, or else, like if say Wendy said, or whoever, right? That because you're on council, I don't want that to happen.
I agree, but I also disagree that if the membership comes to the council, they have every right to come to the council and ask and bring their thoughts through, which I have no problem doing with membership. On the other side of it, though, you are correct that anything that has to do with administration needs to go through administration. We can't comment and we can't sway decisions when it has to come to administration. So anything that has to do with that is within the authority of the 3 men sitting at this table that are not part of the council. So I did have another question though, just going back to the CMHC funding. Do you remember the conversation we had with the CIBC guy about the owning and stuff like that? Would this be one of these applicable things where Vancouver could possibly look into that program as well?
Yeah, so the CIBC told us that is on reserve funding, but that is to be guaranteed by the band.
Right.
Yeah. We have to give the guarantee.
Oh, okay, that's different.
Darn. Yeah, because Ben has to back.
The guarantee is like a
okay.
Maybe that's something we can look at in the future, but for now, I mean, obviously we're flipping the bill for it, so.
Yeah.
So anyways, just to close it, all we want from our side is what Tawfiq said, a little bit more comfort, because we don't want to set our crew as a direct enemy to anybody, right? That's not the case. We're here to support.
Yes.
Just so the membership knows, if you do get letters, please comply. We're not asking for much. We're going to work with you as much as we can. And just remember to treat the staff with respect, and it's going to be reciprocated. I'm sure that's going to happen. But if you do have any questions for your council as well, I mean, come to us. We're approachable. We're not going to turn our backs on you. However, we don't get involved with administration issues. So again, just keep that in mind. And
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's 11:57, council member, we are like, looks like almost half an hour behind of our schedule. So we'll continue, and like, we'll go for break for
Do
lunch.
you guys want to keep bashing through this, Crystal? I mean, we're kind of running behind, but
Yeah, we're gonna be.
Josh.
Half an hour.
Yeah. So I think we should just continue. We should just take a quick 10-minute and that's it, and then go fly through it.
Well, I think we should just carry on with what we were doing and then get into our lunch. We'll have an abrupt, like abbreviated lunch, like half hour, whatever it is.
Which already
That works.
Yeah, that works for me.
7:58.
Okay, so I'm calling Gbenga then.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, Council.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't know there was a garbage there. Thank you.
Good morning, community. Thank you for having me this morning. Resi, we can start this presentation. I just have some updates to provide to council, and interestingly, some things came up this morning, but I don't think we will discuss it now. How the next is going to Tamara.
We'll see how fast it goes through. And how fast can you get through this
I'll be very
without adding other things onto it?
I'll be very You can do the full screen, please. No. If you go down, F5.
Therefore, you can just press F5.
Okay, I will just start while she's dealing with it.
Yeah.
You can use F5. Okay, if you recall last time, I discussed about the Bolen park properties, and you asked me to do some further work on that, which I will be reporting. So all of them, they are between 0.9 acres and 0.93 acres, and then the values. Next slide, please. Thank you. The values are. That's fine. Yeah. Next slide, please. Perfect. So I had a follow-up meeting and discussion with the province about it. And if you recall, there is lot 6, lot 13, lot 15, and then the last one. Lot 15 is being used by the rangers, if you remember, I mentioned that. And then the most important thing, as I begin this discussion, is that whatever Park BC does is not going to affect Letene's right to the land. So irrespective of what happens, whether it's acquired or not, it doesn't affect, is a fundamental background I want to lay, and then I will continue this discussion. So if you go to the next slide, so for lot 6, I believe is about 137,000, and that's 0.93 acres. Lot 13 is valued at 120,000 acres, and lot 15 is valued at 149,000. Some of them are in bad shape, some a little bit okay, but all of this will still need some work on it. Now, in terms of acquiring them, next slide, please. Thank you. Essentially, I was told the same thing I told council at that meeting. It has to be discussed at the G2G level. So it's outside of
BC Park's purview or jurisdiction to handle. If the band is willing to do cultural camp, any traditional use that we think we want to do or make use of that property, that's fine. But in terms of acquiring those properties, we will still have to go to the G2G negotiation, which is pretty much the same thing I mentioned at the last council meeting. So this, if council is really interested in this, I would advise that we incorporate this into the G2G package for negotiation.
Mm-hmm. So, Council, what is your thought? So, if you are okay with this process, then we can include it in the next G2G meeting.
Yeah, I thought that's what we said the last time was that,
The last time,
well, you just brought it up,
I
yeah.
brought it up, and then I was told to do for that to find the value,
Okay, yeah.
the
right,
size,
yeah.
and then what it takes to acquire.
Yeah,
So, if you are okay, then we can take the decision now.
I'm good with it.
Okay. So, what you can do, we can send the email comment from to Chelton, involve Chelton,
Send it, yeah.
to Malcolm, to Chelton.
Okay.
To add to this is council decision, and to the next G2G.
To Chelton.
Action item there.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And at the October council meeting, you asked me to work on the trap line policy. We had some discussions, if you recall that day. And I have a copy of the policy here with me. I have also made slides available for council members online. So I will quickly run through it, and then if we have any objections, and we can bring it forward and discuss together. So the purpose is essentially because truth and reconciliation is being practiced all over the province, and this policy is essentially to give guidance and guidelines on the administration of trap lines that is either acquired by the band, and if you recall, we did mention that sometimes you may decide to acquire certain trap lines when they become open, and other times trap lines might be given back to the band, and we've seen that happening all over the BC.
Straight the code line of the policy. Main line of the policy.
Oh yes, point number 2 now. Point number 2, that's the purpose. So essentially, is to give guidelines as to how administration and council will handle trap lines when it is gifted to the band or is acquired by the band. So going to point number 3 now, trap line acquisition by council member. So this policy document acknowledged that the band, through chief and council, can purchase trap line on behalf of the band, and I believe that reflects what we discussed in October. And if chief and council decides to purchase the vacant or a service trap line that is advertised or otherwise, next slide please, then the following procedure will be followed. And I have point number 1, all council members will be notified and duly informed either through text message, emails, calls, or whatever means of communication that is agreed upon. And the concerned administrative staff will also be informed to begin the process. That's point number 1. And then number 2 is once the notice is made to council, and depending on the circumstances and time constraint, and this is because sometimes time will not be there to wait very long before acquiring this. We've seen this happen. Sometimes it's just over Christmas break. You just have 2 hours to make a decision before somebody else acquires it. So, so when there's time constraint, whatever objections that is raised or brought forward has to be resolved as soon as it's reasonably possible. And point number 3 is the decision to move forward or not to move forward will be decided by the quorum of council. And as we go through this, if you have anything, please bring it forward so that I can edit, and then staff will be involved to do quick diligence, and then if there are issues about it, the values and all of those kind of things, those things will be brought forward. And council will make every effort to purchase the trap line at fair market value. That's point number 4. And then going to the administration of the trap line, number 4.4. Upon the acquisition of the trap line by the band, there is a need for the administration of the trap line. And then because as at the time, and I think I mentioned this in October, as at today, I don't know about tomorrow, it is not in BC, it is not possible for bands to have trap lines in their name. In other words, Clickly cannot have a trap line in Clickly's name. It has to be held by members or individuals. So because of that constraint, we have to find a way to go around this such that we can still have access to trap lines. So this section of this policy, and I'm reading point number 4, is to seek out ways to address some of these challenges that we have identified. So point number 4.1, next slide please, registration by council. So due to the reasons we mentioned previously, number 1, 4.11, trap lines purchased by council or is gifted to the band will be registered in the name of council members as placeholders without any prejudice at the point of registration. In other words, the trap line does not belong to the council member, the children, the family, or the clan. It will be held in trust. Number 2, and then at the point of registration, the bank's office address will be used as the primary address and not individual's address. And then the email that will be used will be the bank's email at the point of registration. The phone number will also be the bank's phone number at the point of registration. Mm-hmm. Number 3, and then starting with the chief at the time of purchase, council member will take turns registering their names as placeholders. So in other words, say for example, 5 trap lines open up that is gifted or purchased however way to the band, then we'll start with the chief to have the name, but mind you, the address, phone number, email will be the band's contact details. The name is just a placeholder, and then council member will take turns in registering their name. And then point number 4 now, no council member will be registered as placeholders twice, irrespective of the tenure in office, except as agreed by all serving council members.
So, yeah, so we can, that is fine. So for any reason, like say we have 7 council members now, next year we'll have 8 council members, right? So for any reason, if a year, so if we get 10 trap lines, then what happens?
So, good question. I don't envisage that happening though. But if it ever happens, then council will have to decide. Yes.
So this is a policy that means like we need to keep a little bit flexibility here. So whereas similarly, if it is similar like that, then council can consider something like a little bit flexibility there. If anything happens there, then what do you do?
Yeah.
So do you think this point number 4 covers that, except as maybe agreed by all serving council members?
Twice responsibility office accepts.
Serving.
Agreed by all, yes.
Yeah,
That's
that would be, yeah. Because that would make sense, because like say, God forbid, something happened to one of the council members, what you gonna do then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That covers it.
Yeah, that covers it.
Yeah, that would cover
Perfect.
that.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Point number 4.2 now. Yes,
I would, now you're talking about if something happened to a council member and their name was on there, and say, for example, God forbid, we died.
Yeah.
While we're in office.
Mhm.
So this needs to be looked at from a legal perspective. So I would be more inclined to maybe have a policy analyst look at this policy and make sure that it's on the up and up, like that we're not, because if something does happen to one of us while we're in office, that creates a whole conundrum of legal issues.
Mhm.
So I would run this through maybe a legal.
Resources. So like it, like I'm gonna approve my company.
Okay. Point number Yes, section 4.2. So we said upon registration, and this is administration to the community. So because it is held in trust in the name of a council member, but it's not owned by the council member or the family or the client or the children, there has to be administration as to how the community will use this. So this section is to guide that. Number one, 4.2.1 says upon registration of the draft line, so council through administration will open up an open call to the community to operate interest members who intend to operate the draft line, and this will be open for 4 weeks. So we acquire if there is open call to the community for 4 weeks. At the end of the 4 weeks, it's going to be closed. So there will be sort of a draw. Number two, the open call will be based on individual names rather than family names for accountability. And this will help a lot because we could make it in family name, but for example, if I take, say, one of the community members' family, it's a broad, say, any family, for example. But if it's individual name, we can hold the person accountable for that. And at the end of the open call, the name will be collated and a draw will be made at a council meeting or a quorum of council sitting. So the decision will not be made by one person, it will be made at council meeting or where you have a quorum of council. Excuse me. And then the successful band member will be authorized to use the draft line for 2 years, subject to their express commitment to utilize the draft line and abide by this policy document. So, like you did express in October, we don't want to leave this open forever. We want it to be time bound so that it can keep rotating within the community. And then number 5 is at the end of the 2 years, members are re-entered into a new draw for each draft line. The successful member must show commitment to utilizing the draft line, and that's a big condition. We don't want to give it to someone who will not use it. Number 6 is only the authorized draft line users has unrestricted access to the draft line within the 2 years. This is to address issues that may come up with, okay, I used it 2 years ago, then I can still use it again. So that addresses that potential issue. No other past user has authorization to use and access the draft line after a new draw. And then for number 7, after every new draw, the previously authorized member must withdraw all materials, including but not restricted to lines, the drafts, the cabins within 3 weeks from the date of a new. So there's that time frame, 3 weeks. If you had access in the last 2 years and you have things you want to take out, you have 3 weeks to do so, after which you don't have access to it anymore. And then the last point there on that 4.2 section is if the draft line is not used at the end of 1 year, year 1, the member will lose the right to the use of the draft line. It will then be re-entered into the draw for another 2 years. Any questions?
The cabins, like to remove the cabins?
So the next point address.
Oh, okay.
The next point addresses that statement.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I'll wait and see what that says.
Okay, point number 5 is the construction. So council has the prerogative to build a cabin within the draft line or in any other mutually.
Councillor Seymour?
Thank you. Is there a section here that would discuss the amount of family members per family who can apply? So let's say my son applies, my sister applies, my mom applies. So that like there's 7 of us in there for the trap line to use a trap line. And let's say I get drawn the first year, so I use for 2 years, and then I have to basically vacate. And then let's say the next year it's the 6 of them are left. So my sister, my mom, whoever, and then their names are drawn, and then they use it. And then after those 2 years, I put my name back in. Is there some sort of plan for that?
What do we think, Council? The idea is band members have equal, equal opportunity. So
Yeah, but here is like, if it is like all staying one family member,
We want to be, Councillor.
So would it be fair, Josh, if, say, for example, you get it on one, say you wouldn't get the draw the first time, you have it for 2 years, and then they have another draw, and then they pull your name out of the draw for, let's say, 4 years or maybe 6 years, and then that way your family members have an opportunity to get it, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, and I was just thinking more like households, right? So let's say Aubrey had 5 other brothers, and if we all put our name in for the trap line for use, we can dominate essentially the next 20 years of the trap line.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Oh, yeah, okay, so you're in my household, I guess.
Mhm.
But if you do household, are we going to be able to hold someone accountable for any and every reason? For example, something has to be done. Who are we going to hold accountable? If it's not being used, who do we hold accountable? Like if you have 10, 20...
I do have my hand up too, just so everybody knows.
yeah, please.
So with what Josh was saying, I think that these are my thoughts. Everybody should have equal opportunity. It should be like say as the hampers, one person per household. I think not everybody in the household should be applying. And then that way that does give everybody equal opportunity, but there is also the clause in there, like it does have to be utilized. Like people are not just going to be putting their names in just to be putting their names in. They do have to use it within that year. And if they don't, because those are the guidelines anyway.
The idea too.
Which is already...
So one per household, that would be all right. Because like, like.
Yeah, Josh.
Yeah. So the one per household's good, and we got to make sure that as the trap line user, they're not actually the trap line holder. So that any decisions relating to forestry or access through can't be made by the person holding the trap line or using the trap line, but that would come back to the nation. Now, in the event that we purchase a trap land that used to belong to a family, is there a plan that we can, like, how are we going to deal with that? Because then you get into that gray area of Indigenous rights and title.
If I understand your question correctly, you're saying 2 things. You're saying that it should be based on household, right? Did I get you correct, Councillor?
I'm sorry?
Did I get you right? That it should be in the name of household, right? 1 person per household.
Yeah. We passed that part. I'm talking about the trap lines that are out there now should only be used by like the holders, so they don't actually have exclusive decision-making authority over the trap lines. That would still remain with the nation, right?
Oh, I see. But it feels like that's a different conversation, because if there is any that is already existing, it definitely has a name attached to it.
The trap lines that the nation holds. So if we're going to give this to me, and then there's a forestry company that wants to log an area, technically as a trap line holder, I would be consulted. But if I'm just using the trap line, does that authority still remain with the nation?
Oh.
That's a good point.
Because one person can say, yeah, clear it out. Right?
That's why it's easier to have it in the name of the person for accountability. So here's one problem we've run into in the past, and I've had extensive discussion with the province about this. So you have 3 names to 1 trap line. For every development overlapping that trap line, you need to consult and get the approval of the 3 names. No matter where they are, they need to support or reject. So it takes time, it takes a lot of effort, and that's why I would always advocate that it should be 1 person or maximum of 2 persons. However, it doesn't mean it's not correct. But to your question, we'll have to find a way to...
Wendy and then fiscal.
Well, I understand what Josh's question is, but like if, like say, I'm one of the, I'm counsel and the trap line's under my name for a period of time and that comes up. I still have to go back to the band though, because it actually technically is the membership in the bands.
Yeah,
So I can't go and say, yes, go ahead and log it without getting the permission from membership in the band itself, right?
and if you recall,
Yeah.
if you recall, the registration is
Yeah,
in
it
one
is.
person's name, but the email is the band's
The
email.
band.
The phone number is the band's
Bands,
phone number,
yeah.
the address is the band's
Yeah.
address, so it will still come to the band
Yeah,
actually.
so it would have to come through the band anyway. So I can't I can't say, okay, yeah, go ahead and log it all and I want all the tender from it. No way.
Actually, you won't even be the one to be contacted.
Yeah, I will be
It's the
contacted,
band
then I
that will
have to
be
contact,
contacted.
yeah.
Because the phone
band will
number,
be contacted,
Yeah.
not me.
not you,
Yeah.
because the phone number is the band's
Yeah.
phone number.
Exactly, yeah.
Crystal and then Josh.
You're muted.
Sorry, I don't see it in here, but one of the concerns would be well, to establish a trap line, it takes, you have to get used to the area. And if we are doing this every 2 years, these people are buying traps and preparing. It's going to take, half of that just to even get used to the area. And then if they're buying all of this stuff, like the traps and stuff that they would need, or would we be providing the traps? Because having that for 2 years, it doesn't really justify that expense to the membership unless it's extended. But 2 years that's not a lot of time, especially just, getting used to the animals, the area, the work that has to be put in to make it successful.
So what would you suggest?
I think I would suggest is if it's on a 2-year term with our election, I mean, hopefully that is going to change at some point. We extend it. We either extend it or we purchase the traps, because otherwise somebody's purchasing traps every 2 years and they're not necessarily even going to be using them.
Yeah, because they are expensive.
I guess, yeah, that's something we'll have to include under section 5.0. Because section 5.0 deals with the band constructing cabins. So we will have to include that. Thank you for bringing that up. Councillor Josh?
Yeah, this might be a good time to look at a possible usage fee, so that the member would have to put some money up to help cover some of the costs of the traps that would be used. So every time the agreement's renewed with whoever, there's some sort of financial money put up so that we can continue it on, so that everybody has the same opportunity. And it would be good to have a contingent plan in there for the people who do receive the traps, that they have to give X amount of time on the trap line to bring out some of our kids who don't have access to the trap lines, so they can learn how to trap and learn basically utilizing the traps and the land, so that when they become of age, they can put their name into that trap line as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's accountability at that point, right? Because now you actually have some money on the line of your own money where you have to be accountable for it.
Yeah.
And then it's going to prompt or provoke the person to go out and actually do trapping. Trapping's a big deal. Like, it's not just, I'm just going to go out there, I'm just going to set a trap. You're talking like hundreds of kilometers of lines that you got to go and check, like constantly, not constantly, but you're out there.
Yeah.
So trappers are a full-time job.
And then the dealing with the fur and whatever else is all that.
You have to know how to skin them, you have to know how to get them ready for their sale, to market or whatever.
Exactly.
It's not a joke, right?
And isn't there a bylaw or something to do with like you can't leave like certain carcasses in the forest or whatnot when you're trapping? Like what do they do with the? I don't know.
Usually, if it's what I know from indigenous people, nothing really goes to waste.
Okay,
Yeah. But I don't know what other
That's the theory.
yeah, that is the thing, but a lot of people that's for this money.
Josh,
Yeah, also just to abide by basically our land and resource management rule. Because the last thing we want is to clear out a whole area of a specific species.
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Any other input? So I will consider some of these additions and then we'll bring out the final complete at the next consummation. Awesome. Next slide. Conclusion. Oh yeah. I have some few things I would want to discuss with council, but not in the public.
okay, so finish the other part. Online predator.
No, Shelton.
Okay, so just finish that part and then we will answer we can talk about that.
That's today's show.
I think
I got 2 cents.
Okay. You have to go see Razzie.
And give it to rest of
Give it to Razzie.
yeah, keep the stick to this.
Give it to Razzie.
Sorry.
Support.
It supports here, but I think there is an issue with this point.
Hey, everybody, I just gotta let you guys know that I have to jump off here pretty soon to jump into the conference.
The
She's working on it.
okay, I'll come up here quickly. Josh, I'll be in about 5 minutes. So I'll just keep it right time. So maybe I'll talk in advance of the on the slides. I've got 2 slides. So one slide is just kind of shows a map of all the areas where the different mountain caribou herds in the territory. And then the next slide shows a line showing where predator control is actually happening for those
Which
caribou.
one?
And it says CNC, does the chief and council hold it? So we hear things come from different angles. There are ideas that maybe some people want to see the predator control area expanded. And it's a difficult thing. And what I'm really looking for is direction from chief and council. If these kind of suggestions come to me, is it the kind of thing we want to entertain and at least explore, or do we have a hard line on? Are we against predator control, or is it something to be considered, like in the appropriate balance? So predator control comes in a few ways. Like one, what's actually happening for caribou is, they're actually going on a helicopter and they're taking wolf packs and kind of reducing them by about 80%. So it's a pretty aggressive activity. So you look at the map here. These are all the caribou herds that are mapped in the area. So if we switch to the next slide, Rezi, are you able to flip to the next slide? There's only 2 slides in the presentation. There we are. See, you see the red boundary shows where it's actually happening right now. So it kind of goes right through the middle of N2E. It goes all the way, includes all of Bower Lakes, and then it's got lots to do on the north side of the Fraser. But there's different ideas out there. So this idea is shooting wolves, but some of the other predators that are being hard on caribou are also wolverine. So if there is interest in encouraging trapping of certain things, that would be a model. I've been approached by the guide outfitters, and they said, geez, it'd be really nice if we could incentivize trappers who really want to work hard at it. So, it's obviously not my decision. It's the kind of thing that I wouldn't even think about until I had some direction on it. And, the other thing we hear is that bears are pretty hard on moose calves in the spring.
Yeah.
So, my approach right now is learning. So we've just been offered funds from the Caribou Recovery Initiative, just $26,000, just to participate, and learn. So that just came yesterday, so I'll present that to you on Monday. We've applied for another $10,000, or Chantal Lodge has, and it's just to kind of start forming like an opinion. What's Clayton's opinion and education on it. So the reason caribou is central to it is because caribou is an endangered species, and when you have an endangered species, then the government is able to just enable tools. But if we have interests beyond caribou, there's not necessarily tools if we want to see the moose. If we want to see moose populations increase a little bit, we don't have. Nobody's doing it for us. So that's my presentation. I just wanted to present the topic and just hear what people's opinions are and get some direction.
Well, with the wolf thing, I mean, that's all over the place right now. That I heard that they're paying people to go out there and shoot wolves because they're killing off all the wildlife. Like pertaining, like up north, they're like up in the Takla area. They're killing the caribou, the moose, and elk up that way. So they went to the community up there, and they said they offered them, $100 or whatever cash if they shot so many wolves. But then again, there's also the fact that what if they overhunt those animals as well? Because it's got to think about the balance. There's certain balance in the animal kingdom too.
Yeah.
But right now it is a big deal. It is an overloading issue. And same with Wolverine, like you said, they're offering $500 for Wolverine right now. So
no, yeah, and I'm not advising that it's a good idea. I just things come to my approach is like I want to understand the whole thing as you said.
Yeah.
Like what is the president?
Yeah, what is that line? How can we come to how can we all come to a decision or an agreement? I don't know how to put it in words. If we are not familiar with all that kind of stuff, and it's like, we want our moose back, and we want the caribou, but how do we maintain that kind of stuff? Because you can have people anyway poaching and stuff too, but on the other hand, how can you decide on something?
Government is doing this, right?
The government is doing it for the caribou.
For the caribou. But not the moose.
Didn't do they enough math for the other animal of the ecosystem, like if they kill a lot of wolves or a lot of wolverines?
So they are only focusing on wolves, and they're doing it from a helicopter. The government's putting a lot of money into it, and they're doing it solely for caribou. So they're watching caribou response, and to some degree they've got a little bit of a handle on wolf patterns. What information that comes to me is that maybe government's not doing enough for the area they're doing it. How come they're not just doing it, including all of the wolves? or something like that? Why have they forgotten about the George Mountain herd, which is extinct, but why are we not treating that area like it's a caribou area? Or functionally extinct anyways, or even the Narrow Lake herd. Like you'll notice on that map, there's a little jog just south of Prince George. It excludes some area where there still is caribou, and that's just the government saying, well, bang for buck, there's more caribou.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm not aware of them really talking to us.
Yeah.
So we're learning, so we're obviously got our head in the learning realm.
So I would say from a band perspective, we could possibly incentivize the hunting of wolves. I mean, it has to be, I think, what does the province pay, $50 a head?
I don't know.
I think that's what it is. I'm not sure. You got to bring in the ear or something like that, or the tail. I can't remember what it is. But anyways, we could incentivize band membership to go out on the territory and particularly hit those areas there and shoot the wolves. As far as the trapping part goes with the guide outfitters, I mean that I don't know very many trappers in the territory. I mean, there's a few of them that I do think they still do it, but there's not a lot of people who you gotta get them interested in doing it, right? That's a process in itself. So I think just starting out on the conversation you're having with the government is what you're looking for is what our commitment is to making sure that we're doing our part to help population control of predators, correct?
I think what I'm looking for is just to open the conversation. I want to communicate that, we're looking at this information is coming to us. And when people just to start talking about options, options are habitat, there's things where they're, 100% all in on habitat. But when people present the option of predator control, what I need to know, is that a hard stop? No? Or is it like explore and proceed cautiously and, and come back with more information?
It would probably be that explore and proceed cautiously, but you also want to be able to give it some kind of commitment that, this is from us to you saying, yeah, this is what we want you to do. So I don't personally have a problem with eliminating a wolf or some wolves or a lot of wolves just in order to protect caribou populations because they're important, right? And so is the moose. So once you eliminate the wolves from the equation, that dramatically brings down the risk to other animals that could be falling prey to them too, right? So you got elk and moose and such, right?
And it's not eliminate, right? It's reduce.
Exactly.
It's reduce.
I just wanted to also elaborate the fact about what I said earlier about the government going to these communities, but you have to register with them. You can't just, the chief or anybody can't just go in there and say, yeah, go kill a bunch of wolves and bring me this. Can you?
Absolutely.
Oh.
They did it.
I thought they had to.
They did it in the Talltown area years ago.
Did they?
Yeah.
I thought they had to, like the government needed at least a few names or whatever.
We have autonomy over our traditional territory, and it's like with the hunting, like Gbenga with letters. Like all it would be is something like that, and just telling the membership again the incentivization of it to say, hey, $100 a head. Go. We have a certain allotment of let's say 25 or 30, right? Which helps eliminate, but they have to bring the proof in and show us, and then we would show the government type thing, and we'll let them know that it's eliminated.
And do people want wolf hides? Does anybody want any?
Again, I'm not an expert in the population control of a wolf, but I'm pretty sure there probably is some guys out there. So.
Yeah.
John?
Take a bite.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Good.
John, your mic is on. Anyways. Yeah, I don't. Did you need a?
I don't need a resolution from us there. I don't need a resolution on this. Just a direction to, like, if this is a hard stop. No, we don't ever want to go there. It's like
We do, because the best, I know a lot of the best
See
membership,
caution.
a lot of the best membership, because we go out hunting for help.
Mhm.
And I know that those band members have said, and I heard from other people that own property around in the nation, have said, it's that, the wolves are back. So yes, it's not a full hard stop. It's a engaged conversation, figure it out, and then we can go from there. That's my opinion.
For me, that's enough.
Okay.
So, Gbenga, should we grab lunch and then sit together here?
Yeah, we can even do it for lunch.
It's 12:42 already.
To adjourn for lunch?
Yeah, maybe we are in lunch break now.
When are we back? 1?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are back from late lunch break, and our next agenda is like interim funding or financing and application under governance principle for children assessment. So council have decided in last council meeting to provide the funding and create a separate program code. So there are some more discussion required about this project. So we requested Tamara and Tasheena to come and join this discussion with us.
So Tamara is going to be joining online. Adam just resent her the link.
So let me read a little bit about the concerning part. I circulated an email to council on November 21st. And the email is saying that there are a few matters need your guidance approval basis on the observation raised our department managers on your motion approval from November 15 council meeting. This is so the concern is like the cost of assessment per child will be somewhere $3,500 to $4,000. All application may not be approved, and approval process takes time to Jordan's principle. Should we go ahead and approve the applications and spend the amount by maintaining a separate program code to track the expense? And one thing is like not every application is approved. That means like it will gonna be an expense from the band. If any application is not approved, should we consider as an expense from the band after each fiscal year instead of keeping it as a receivable status? Who will be covered under this program? Children, band member with status, and or children youth that is a dependent of a LTFN member without status. Is that the question? Any other?
Yeah, no, those are the questions. So I didn't participate in the conversations that happened before with Tamara, Jennifer, and Chelsey. So I can't give any background on conversations that have already happened. What I am here for basically is because of the supports that I provide to families, I directly am involved with helping to apply for these assessments, trying to put those supports in place for the families, either through our own organization supports or through MCFD supports, where we will also support our members who have children who MCFD is moving forward and writing these referrals for and pushing for assessments. So I kind of am involved in that sense. An update that I do have to give to council today is that after going through and sorting out the funding within this year and some retroactive funds and funds that kind of built up over the years, like through COVID when we weren't able to have all the programs, there are some extra funds in our one of my retroactive programs, and there's about $400,000 there. So I've had conversations with Nurse Jennifer as well as the education manager Chelsey, and we currently have 8 children on the list for ASD/psychoeducational assessments. 3 of them are considered emergency based. So we're trying to arrange for these assessments to be done as soon as possible. The problem that we have with moving forward with assessments is that every assessment center in British Columbia is backlogged about 2 years, 18 months to 2 years, and a lot of them have their wait list closed. We were able to find one assessment center in Vancouver that had 6 openings, and we were able to move forward with the most emergent case. And because I had that extra funding, I just said, just move forward.
I will pay for it out of my funding. The child is a status member, so FNHA is going to pay for the travel and the accommodations for the child to go to Vancouver and have the assessment done. The only cost to the band is the cost of the actual assessment. That being said, in other cases where it is the dependent of a Lately to Name member that is not status, like the child isn't status, the band would be on the hook to pay for the travel and the accommodations. But most of the children on the list that I received from and had conversation with Chelsey are all band members, except for I think maybe 2 of them. So what I am able to do with permission, of course, from Tofig and this year and after this conversation today is I do have the funding to pay for these 8 children's assessments right now. Mm-hmm. And it is in the funding diameter for me to be able to pay for those. So I'm not just doing it. It is actually, that's one thing that I'm allowed to pay for under the parameters of the funding.
Yeah. If it is fall under your funding criteria, you have my approval. If council have a different thought.
Yeah, so the only question I have is the funding that's going to be done. If the assessment doesn't happen, does that money get pulled back, or is it automatically paid?
No. So the funding right now is for a lot of there's no specific dollar amount that is put aside for assessments. So I basically have a pot of funding, and it's really up to me to decide where the funds go. So because there's this amount of money that needs to be spent by 2027, after all the reports that I just did, there is a pot that needs to be spent by 2026, and then some by 2027. Because I need to spend that money, I am able to move forward with paying for these assessments right now. But that being said, in the future, after these 8 students are taken care of and after this funding has been spent, and I'm then relying on the funding that comes in on a yearly basis, like for my budget, I probably will not be able to afford $4,000 assessments for more than.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So how do you recommend, Tasheena, for these 8 children, still you can apply for Jordan's Festival?
Yeah,
right?
we are.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if we apply for the Jordan's Principal, if we get the money, so let you spend there right now, and if we get the Jordan money from that money pot, we create the account.
It'll go back into my program.
Yes.
Yes. So if our Jordan's application sorry, I didn't mention that. For every child that we are doing an assessment for, we are still applying for Jordan's Principal. We have already submitted an application for a child that is moving forward and doing the assessment in the middle of January. We have already submitted that Jordan's Principal application. So now it's just us hearing to see. There shouldn't be a reason why that would be denied. But we haven't received any word from Jordan's Principal as of yet. Regardless. So this is the conversation that I think council has to have today is moving forward when it comes to Jordan's Principal, you have to do it under the understanding that not every application is going to be approved.
Yeah, it says right here that the application has to be approved for the.
Yes, and right now, as of right now, all of the prices that we were looking at, so me and my team phoned every BC assessment center in BC to ask about wait lists and ask about costs. Every single one of those assessment centers were between $3,800 and $4,500. So the cost is going to differ depending on which assessment center is able to do the assessment for the children. Also, we did look into seeing if one of these assessment centers was able to book a slot where they were able to send a team in to come and do 2 days worth of assessments for these children so that they would be able to stay home and not have to travel for it. So we tried to coordinate that as well. It did not work. There's such a high demand for these doctors that are doing these assessments right now that it's just not possible. So we did try to go down that avenue and it didn't work out. So the conversation that you guys are having and what needs to be decided today is that after these 8 students that I'm able to help right now, moving forward, if there's a case that comes in and a student needs an assessment and I'm not able to pay for that from my program, is the band going to step in and pay for the assessment? My program will, so my staff, Ashley Raskov, she is the one who has been trained under Jordan's principal to do the Jordan's principal applications. So the applications will always go through my program. They will always go through Ashley, and she will be the contact for that. She will do the work for that. So that will always be a support that's in place for all members. The decision is if Lately Tanae will step in and pay that $4,000 and the accommodations and travel if that child is not a registered member.
Here I can just council information. So Tasheena is funding it from her program because she had a special funding criteria now, but later she might not be able to for future cases. So my suggestion here is like if council approve this process, so we're gonna create a separate program code that is called we call like child assessment, something like that. And from there we're gonna keep a track all expense and like if any revenue come in, means like for this case we apply for the Jordan's principal money, right? When it comes, it go back to the same account. So the part I will say, I wrote here in number 3, like say in a year, if we spend for say $12,000 or $15,000 for 4 kids, and say at the end of the year we get like say $7,000. That $8,000 probably will not be able to get it because it is not approved by Jordan principal. So in that case, I mean like, do we have that authority to like consider it as an expense of the band?
This is for non-band members, right? Or he's talking about band.
It's for band members and dependents of band members. So if there's a band member who has status and their child does not, because they're not able to pass it down one more generation, then, and we do have 2 of those children on the list right now of 8 people where the parent is a band member and the child isn't. And just so you know how my supports work, through family development, if a family comes into the MCFD system and they claim Clayton lineage and that lineage is proven, even if they're not status, I support that family. So yeah, that's what it's for, right? The dependent.
So it's for status members who have dependents that are non-status, but have lineage to lately.
Crystal?
I would think we support them with all the other services. I wouldn't see why we wouldn't continue. And just like a piece of information, there will be an amendment as well that where some of those children will be eligible for status once the amendment comes through, and that is the the 3rd generation cutoff, which. So we have 4, we have 4 siblings. I have 4 siblings. One of them was born after 1985, which he is considered a 6'2", so he couldn't pass his status to his children unless he had children with a status person. But once that goes through, if he had children with a non-Indigenous person, it would be then passed down, right? It would just change your category. But I think we support them in every other way. I wouldn't see why we wouldn't do it in these matters. I mean, they're the most important ones. I think that we need to, it's so important to make sure that they get the best services and the best supports. Life is already going to be challenging for most of them. We should be supporting them where we can.
Tamara?
Hi. Yeah, I do agree with that with Crystal. Like, I think it's always been in uh our vision to support anyone with Clately. Like, I know a lot of these kids are gaining their status, but at the end of the day, it's the quality of the life of the parent, which would be the status Clately member. And this is something that we'll approach in our health policy that will be coming to Chief and Council to kind of actually fully discuss on who is classified under these supports. And this, I would say, kind of falls in that realm of, it's a child of a Clately member. But just so you know, like that, this will be approaching Chief and Council to have this further discussion to classify supports in regards to service / funding, because it's two different things. And also, I think when it comes to these assessments, I know the flow would be through health, but Tasheena has, I would say, she's way more in tune in regards to these. She's like one of the first people with these assessments that get requested. And I know we did talk about putting a poster out, and we did talk to, I think, Crystal, it was you and I'm not sure if Tash was there or not, but we thought that the best approach to that would be, if you need supports with an assessment, please connect with health, instead of saying we're fully paying for assessments, because I think that it's going to open up potential. It's just going to open up a can of worms. So I think we should maybe put an information poster out explaining that there is this additional service or support in regards to assessments, but not mention anything about funding yet.
Yeah, exactly. So Tamara, the first council meeting, the council decided every application will go through health department. So eventually you'll be the first person who's gonna review it. Doesn't matter if it is funded by the band or it is funded by the agency.
I know, but that's not how the process goes, Tofik. The process with Tasheena's department is different. So then you're changing her process as well. So Tasheena gets approached with these assessments beyond just through working with her families. So if it's coming straight to health, then you're asking Tasheena to take her request and bring it to health, which Tasheena and Jen already work together one-on-one in regards to these assessments. But it doesn't always strictly come straight to health, is kind of what I'm saying. So to create a process that works for Tasheena and for health as well is kind of where I'm getting at.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
So just a couple of things. So the policy does not state help for off-reserve members, or it doesn't state anything about band members who have dependents that are non-status, correct? Okay, so that's the first thing that needs to be addressed, is that we need to make that provision like real quick. So I don't know how the policy looks there, but I think it's something that has to be changed so that it at least opens the door for us to, the policy never gets questioned, and the policy's there. The other question I have is, so if these, it says it was two of them, two individuals?
Well, for what?
That are non-status, that are getting help from,
Yeah,
because of,
the children are non-status, but the parents are status.
right, okay, so what, is there a process happening right now for them to get their status?
So what Crystal was mentioning, once that legislation goes through and that, so what is happening is anybody born after the 1985, there was that year there was a cutoff. So like in Crystal's case, her and her sister Tammy got their status, but because their brother was born after 1985, and I can use Dolene's children as an example as well. Candace was born before 1985, Jamie was born after 1985. Candace was able to pass down her status to her children, and Jamie was not.
Right.
So once that legislation actually goes through, it's going through right now, but that hasn't happened fully. Once that happens, both of these children that are not status will be able to get their status.
Okay. So could we not, like in the policy, when you guys look at the policy, and you're going to have to amend the policy, right? So that's going to be probably an executive director decision, maybe come to the council for a decision, but to have it so that it states if a person, like Indian Act stuff, I don't care about. What I care about is the lineage part. So if the person is, these two children are entitled to their status, which is besides the point, but if their lineage is to Lee and they're living with their parents are status Indians, then it should say in there that absolutely we will pay for it, we will help them. And that's just the provision that we need to make, I think, so that we're, because they're gonna get their status one day, another, whenever that happens, it's gonna happen, right? I'm assuming.
With some, no. With some, their parents will always be classified as a 6-2 and they will never gain their status with some of them.
Right.
Depending on, it's all situational with the families, whether or not they're gonna be able to pass it down one more generation, even after that legislation goes through. It's situational depending on how many of their ancestors married white people, right? Like some of them, there is that chance that it will go down one more generation, and some of them, they will always be classified as a 6-2. Unless they marry a native individual that has their status, and then they'll be able to pass it down to
Or
their
what it could come down to is it comes to on a case by case basis. So I think we kind of talked about this already, where you have like, not particularly this case, but say another case where the generations are a little further apart, but they still can have lineage or they can prove their lineage.
Yeah.
Then that might be something that the council could decide, I guess, or it might be in the realm of the executive director. Maybe.
And what part of the policy would it even be?
So we're gonna make a policy of guideline for throughout the process.
Okay.
We're gonna put the framework. So that, you know, like,
So it hasn't even been made yet, that policy.
No. So this is something like, we have the council approval from last council that we're gonna put it through like this.
Yeah.
Like there will be separate program code. And we have some portion today that we can, we just need, I think like council member, if you are agree about that, like that if it is not funded, then the money goes from the bank account as it expense, so that we can develop the policy accordingly.
Yes, that being said, to answer your question, Robert, I think the process that is in place right now is that these families come forward, the request is made, it comes to the manager, whichever manager that is, be it me or Tamara in health or even Nurse Jennifer. And then we go to TOFIC for guidance moving forward after that. And so if council, you know, has trust in their administration staff and executive director, then I think that process is the way that it should stay for now until there actually is a policy in place. And then you guys have the trust in TOFIC to bring to your attention whatever needs to be brought to your attention.
For you 8-1, the 8 kids, children assessment, this is already like, you know,
It's already
approved.
yeah, move forward with it. Okay.
We're gonna move forward with 8 children. So this is something like we are making it for future.
Yeah, so the 8 children, as of right now, there's only 6 spots left. We do look at each case and see which ones need the support more, and we move forward with those first. That being said, if that assessment center has already filled those 6 spaces because they're the only one in BC and we're not going to be the only ones calling them, I can have a conversation with them at the end of today and see how many spaces are still open. And we can try and book in the next 2 kids, at least the next 2 kids, because with those 2 other children, it's already affecting their schooling. And that's what we look at. If it's already affecting what's going on in school and the school is coming to us and saying, hey, we need these children to be assessed so that we can get the funding to properly support them in school, we will do that. So that being said, some of these 8 kids might get put on a 2-year wait list. Right? So I will move forward with what I can as fast as I can. But that being said, some of them, it might take a couple of years to get them.
So like it's still hanging too long.
You're muted.
Yeah, your hands are up. I'm talking with Crystal.
Crystal, you're on mute.
I think she took her hand down.
Oh, no, sorry. I forgot what I was even going to ask. I was waiting way too long. But I did come up with something in between. I think the process of getting to the point too is important. So like I can't just be like, hey, you know, my child's acting different. I think that we need to have this assessment. It should come from, you know, a professional, the ministry, the school district, a doctor. I think that's really important to do until we have that policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think within that process, not anyone's just going to be passed through. They're going to have that, like you said, the doctor, the school. It's going to get to that point. Yeah, it's just not like willy-nilly people coming for assessments.
It's definitely, as of right now, the way that it's worked, it's been referral based. So we have literally been asked to support families with getting referrals for the assessment. So it is coming from a school, it is coming from like a psychiatrist, it is coming from that realm. So I can't speak too much to the ones that have been put on the list that have been dealing with Jen and Teal and Chelsey, but definitely the ones that I put on the list that are coming from supports that I deal with MCFD and family supports, they are all, the school is highly requesting that these children be assessed so that they're able to access funding to properly support those children. But not only that, once the children are assessed, and if they are assessed if they are assessed and they are on the spectrum, then there's also a lot of funding and a lot of supports in Prince George for the parents that we can connect them with that we can't until that children has that assessment done.
Also, nice. Okay, Tamara, we are running out of time. Yeah, Tamara.
I just wanted to add, and maybe this is something where Tasheena can sit down with my team, with Nicole, as we're developing the policy right now, because this is a process, and then we can go more deeper into how that works, because it's really circle of care based. Like Tasheena gets the assessment, Jen supports medically, there's the clinician, and then also now we have Jen Isaac, who also is the supports for resources in Prince George. So it's going to be like a circle of care type of approach, I would say.
She's a Glad You writer. Is it Jennifer Isaac? She's a Glad You writer as well. Got to be.
It is.
She's now the Indigenous social navigator for us.
I deal with her at the jail because she used to write reports for the guys in the jail. So
yeah. She's here.
Okay. Oh, she's here, like right now.
Yeah. She's
she's not there.
Okay. I've never met her. I've only stalked her as her.
I know, I see no name. I was like, oh my God. But
so Tamara, we are incorporating it in our health policy.
Well, because this is because it's going to be put on health in regards to help these assessments get put through, and Tasheena's department is a part of the circle of care in regards specifically to assessments. I think it would be good to include as a process in our policy, because we're putting all our other processes in, and this is kind of a major one, right?
And vice versa in her policy too.
Sounds good. Yeah. So then, like, until the policy is developed, we're gonna individual basis.
So Tash, we'll book an appointment with you and Nicole to just discuss and lay it out so that we can kind of develop a good process that works for everyone, that has anyone who needs to be in the circle of care included.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tamara.
Thanks, Tamara.
Okay, I'm logging off, I guess.
Bye.
Later.
Just make sure that points that way. I hate wind on me.
Only that way? You want me to put it this way?
As long as it's not blowing right in my face. Thanks.
Yeah. Just other way.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay.
Sweetie,
What you're wearing?
really?
Take it off.
No,
No, don't take your clothes off. Your clothes off.
No, I have to ride inside.
Turn around.
Hello, Michael's with me.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
That's good. Morning hearing.
yes.
You have your guys' copy here.
Yeah, no.
Like,
So, thank you for coming, Lenora and Mike. So, you have the floor.
Our counselor hearing today. One of the elders came to us, about a month and a half ago, say that to tell us what your conference is coming up. Elders want to go to the National Gathering of Elders. And the other one was the National Indigenous
cultural expo.
Cultural Expo. They talked about it at the society meeting. We basically come here to do this block things for dates indicated, which would be October 29th, September 29th, through October the 2nd, 28th. And block rooms immediately to the hotel. That made more sense to go up for others based on last year's hiccups with and job with elders. So most of the elders went to either to the mall or casino or whatever. And everything, the hotel that we were staying at was built already. So we looked at booking Panasonic and reserved a block of rooms there, 75 rooms.
Some speak to that, Ethan. On the fantasy lines, the hotels that we were booked in last year were kind of almost felt full, where elders had to cross a busy 4-lane street to get to if they needed something from the store, or they had to walk blocks in the cold to get to if we wanted to eat somewhere anywhere other than the hotel. You were kind of keyholed into where you couldn't. There was nowhere you could go. That hotel. And those that drove were kind enough to give, myself included, drive people to the mall, cash your checks, to the mall so they can get stuff, and to banks, other than the mall, to cash your checks. And we have a good rate right now for the Fantasylands Hotel. And not only that, we are thinking of we want to bring in with us to bridge the gap between the youth and the elders. And with having said that, the Fantasyland Hotel makes the most sense only because it's the safest for everyone. You can do your banking there. They can finish up their banking. There's entertainment for both young and old. And you have if you want to eat at different places, it's all there. You're not keyhole eating into one hotel only if you take the bus. If you catch the bus, you can actually make choices.
Where is the conference held?
Conference is held at the end of the 18 kilometers from the hotel last year. And it left everything long for about $6 million.
So, just a couple of questions. So you guys are coming here on behalf of the Elder Society, correct?
All the elders, no, the Elder Society, because the society said to lead on this, and we're all elders on our membership list, 60 years and over, that said yes, they would like to go.
You're coming here on behalf of the Elder Society, correct?
Elder Society, there's held members for 50 years.
So, Tofik, you correct me if I'm wrong, but how much money did we give the Elders Society when we had this conversation last year?
For the last year, 135, 850.
The money that we did for them that we allotted for them.
Oh, no, that is for, you are not asking about the traveling one, right?
I'm talking about the Elder Society money that we gave to the Elder Society.
Okay, so Elder Society, the money like we have to be spending for universal, because it's not in the physical money given. So this is something like we have a separate program for, you can all express.
Right, but we allotted so much in that pot. It was, I believe it was 250,000.
Yes.
Correct. Okay. So my question is that you guys are a society, correct? So what are you doing to fundraise in order to go on trips and stuff like that?
Well, since August, when most of the board quit, there was 4 members left from the original board. President, secretary, and treasurer resigned. We also had 2 other members resign. Okay, so our board was down to 4. Now members on it. Since then, we've appointed 2 members as original 2 directors, and we've got an annual president. So the 4 people that were on the board stayed on the board.
Scared me.
And at the end, we'll get all meeting, for the remaining directors, want to continue to answer. So in the process, we've got a new board, executive, and we're in the process of putting the fundraising. Vanessa Lesky is our treasurer, and she has suggested a few programs that are out there. And we're also in the process of.
As it's we do the Elder Society Mass, and we send out of our bank account, which isn't a lot, but we're putting in $10,000 towards this to start. We have several grants that are coming up. We have Chantal, who is transmitting right now. And for the youth component, there is 2 other grants we're working on. So this will change at the end of the day, regardless.
So, like, the only reason I'm asking Lenora and Mike is because you guys are a full functioning society, right? So you're registered under these societies. Okay. All right. So when I'm looking at it from a perspective of giving money to an organization that we're fronting a lot of money, $250,000 is so targeted towards you guys. The deal was that within a year that you guys would be up and running, having your office space, and I believe that's what was discussed, right, Tofik? So that hasn't happened yet, and that's just becoming a little bit of a concern. And it's not that I don't want to support the elders. We're mandated under our chief of council elected policies and procedures to support the elders. We're not there to support a society. Right? I think what needs to happen is that we have to have some assurances from your guys' organization that those things are going to happen. I get what you're saying about everybody resigning and putting in what have you, and I can appreciate the hardships that come with when you have an organization. And I don't know why, I don't know the inner workings of the whole society, but that in itself that's a concern for us because the amount of money that we have in society. So I'm sitting on the fence right now with how much and what exactly you guys are going to put in. And I said 10,000. But again, I just we have to remember that this is only source revenue. Okay, this is band membership money, which we also have to be accountable for as well. Right? So when I'm looking at the numbers, you guys have 171,000. 178,000. Yeah, which is a lot of money to go on a trip. And I understand and I get the importance of the trip. But when you look at that amount of money, I'm not saying that I don't think the band should not help. I think the band should help, but to that extent, I think is really unreasonable to put it all in. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful or mean, but when you're looking at it from a financial sense, did
you read through the page?
I would say that it's not off the table, but I would say that whole amount would be a little uneasy. That would be my. I'm sure what everyone
Yes, it's what we have budgeted for. We haven't what we're besides the 10,000 and the 8,000 which are on 18,000.
And when does that one do?
That's all coming in the official. So if you're looking at that code right now, that will change depending on the amount of members.
If you get the money, right?
Yes.
Right. So the other question I had for you was, so elders are defined in our nation as 50 years and up, correct?
Right.
Okay. So I'm a little confused as to elders 60 and older going. So I'm just trying to see how that works and who's allowed to go. How are they decided on this, who's going to go and who's not going to go? I mean, if you look at it from the perspective of, say, for myself, I'm 52, so I would qualify as an elder. My dad would qualify as an elder. He wasn't. So I'm just curious as to how your guys' system of who gets to go and how the age is decided in all of this.
We got a list from Tammy of all elders, 50 plus. Those that answered, we left messages. We had 2 days of calling just out.
Of 50 plus.
Oh, sorry, 60 plus.
Okay, but so why is it 60?
It's 60 plus because 15 to 60 is probably half our membership. And it was indicated that it would be 60 plus.
Okay.
And as to our conversation of the society, we gave $10,000 towards this, which we which is in the minutes, said we'll take $10,000 towards something for the 50 to 60 year-olds, to be fair. And as for the call out, 2 days, you've seen me there. Calling out many times throughout days spent at, these are the quite often, days spent at the Brunswick office calling out because we couldn't take that list home. We're not allowed to take that list of numbers or addresses or anything out of that building.
Okay, so you got to see the membership list.
So then we, no.
You got to see private memberships.
elders only, which we were entitled to.
Okay, as
To
per,
do call outs, to
okay,
do.
we're weighing two different.
So you are going a different way.
No,
So
no.
let's stop.
Let's just stay on the one thing, 50 to 50-year-old plus. So at the last AGM that you guys had, you decided that it was 50 and up at adults. I was there because we had it on the reserve that day. It was actually right here in this parking area.
That was, yeah, that was.
That was completed. That's what was decided. Now, when I'm looking at it from a governance perspective, and we're talking about 50 and up, the membership only knows 50 and up. So I'm just going based on their interests. So I'm going on the 50 and up interests of the people that are considered elders. So it's hard for me to say to an elder who's 50 and up to 60 to say, yeah, you can't go. Well, why not? I don't know why you can't go. And I really don't know why, because it's just been said that they can't go.
And they're called junior elders.
Well, no, they're not. They're called elders.
Anyway, we are talking about this trip. Why for 60 years and up? We're not here talking 50 and up. We are here with this list.
If you want to, we can do 50,000. And then it'll probably go over something.
Fair enough, Mike. And that is exactly the point I'm trying to make. If you're going to have the inclusion, you're going to include what we consider from the band's perspective of what an elder is. Now, that being said, if that's the 50 and up people that are getting involved in this, then there needs to be a process of who's going to get picked. And then it opens it up to everybody. Maybe have a lottery. I don't know. Maybe in all fair, just the fairness to the 50 and up, because you're right, it's going to lead to a vast group of people that will want to go over, and then you're going to have water, to be fair, and you will probably have to have water, just to be fair. I would be more inclined to help, from a band perspective, fund something like that, where it's fair to everybody who's considered an elder, as opposed to just one segment of the population. So I think that would be a really good starting point.
I think there's hands up for other people who want to talk too, just an FYI.
Yeah, Councillor West.
So last conference that the elders went on, it was me and Tamara and a few others that helped set it up. It was included to everyone 50 and up. Just wanted to throw that out there. So I feel it should probably stay the same if we're going to be fair.
Okay, well, what we could do is start calling from the list, from the oldest down. And you're gonna wind up with this still at where we're at. To fill those rooms.
But at least you're being fair. At least you're being inclusive to what we consider elders in the nation. At least.
Yeah, just the fact that we started with the first conference setting that bar there, I think it'd be only fair to keep it that way, no matter how many members there are. Because once you do it one way, you got to keep doing it that way, or it's unfair to others.
The old reality was there was only like 54 or something that went last year.
Sorry, how many, because I don't have anything, and I can't, a lot of what is being said is a little bit muffled. But my questions are, how much is it and how many people are we selecting to go?
There's 76 elders. So you add the plus ones in, that's 114 elders that want to go. And the bottom line is it is $178,097.54.
That's at 76 plus the plus ones.
And there, I think I heard something that there was some funds being provided though already. Was there,
The elders have committed 10,000. And we're looking at new relationships grant of 8,000. That will be coming available on the next fiscal. And yeah, we should to get our fundraising up and get everybody's committees on that going.
Chantel is, got a few grants of what she's getting at for this trip, and she has a couple for the youth and 3 for the elders.
okay,
Right now.
okay,
Plus we have the office more.
yeah.
There's other ways we're going to raise money.
When is it? When is the,
September 28th. The full extent of the trip is September 28th to October 3rd. That's including the 2-day travel.
thank you.
But I didn't see your hands up there, guys. I have my head turned. My apologies. Would it be fair to say that between now and let's say August, before the conference, all your fundraising efforts to get as much as you can and see if we can match $1 for $1 and maybe throw some extra on top of that? I just don't feel at this point I'm comfortable throwing the whole thing in there because I'd like to see some more from the society and just as a just a fundraising effort, just to really drive all your time and energy behind it, you know, and just because I think it's important that you guys go to these things, but I also think it's important that you guys have the fundraising means to collect a good chunk of money.
Basically, what we're coming here right now for is to get commitment for this.
And we need which ones?
Yeah, right, because right now we've got a guaranteed rate of 60 rooms at 189 plus and 15 rooms at 209 plus. And to secure those rooms at that rate, we're looking at about 14,000 and change.
For the deposit.
It's what we were deposit, 20% deposit. But those rooms guaranteed at that price.
So
Closer to the date, to the higher the price. Like when we went to Edmonton last time, we got in there late and we're covered.
How much for deposit did you say?
you need 14,400. Oh, sorry, that was wrong. We had to readjust that.
So 14,475.
Yeah, $14,475.
Okay.
For the deposit amount.
Okay.
And that's based on double occupancy?
Oh, like I said, this is the amounts in there, these.
Superior with two screens and 15 basically disabled rooms. It's superior to the folks.
Oh,
So
okay.
that that's handicapped conception.
So are you going to be,
209, that's the one at 209.
are you going to be bunking elders up with each other?
Yes.
Yes.
We have, like, there's one family with sisters of 3. But as a booking and say you need 75 rooms, like I said, it's going to change. But 75 is probably safe, and the months that needed.
And when do you have to have the deposit anybody?
16.
16.
It's Monday?
Yes. That's what
Yeah, so that, and this is where, this is really tight.
we first.
For us. I don't know, Crystal and John feels. I think this requires some more conversation at the council level, so we can talk about this more.
That's what comes with your motion.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about conversations that you have behind, the council that we've been talking about.
But in realistic, the 2 components that we've gone through this SFD read through good morning
The reason we're approaching at this time is because we got those rates and the charity proposal close to the and if they approved afterwards, we won't have those works. That's that change. I can understand where Rod's coming from on the tight deadline.
Had you come to us a month ago, this would be a different conversation, because we'd have time to play with, because then we would actually be able to talk and figure out what we're gonna do as a council, but I mean, right now, it's just.
John?
I was also just wondering if you guys have sorted out means of transportation, because I remember last time we were looking into buses and they were all bought up by neighboring nations.
We have got hold of the Pacific Western, and they can't commit at this time. So what we got plunked in there is last year's numbers. They can't commit until August next year because they have to know the Cougars and the National, Northern Health. That, and plus we got their driver donated last year. The Cougars did. So this year they have a sister company coming in and to get hold of and get in contact with us to see what they can do.
Thank you.
And fallback is what we.
The fallback is we were thinking is our bus, a shuttle. Holds 25. Let's see, the shuttle and the no, the other bus. Do it that way.
I think it just requires some more conversation on our part, as a council to figure things out and talk about it. And unfortunately, it's probably gonna pass your deadline. But that doesn't mean that it's gonna go. I think it's something that's completely doable in a more reasonable.
And the push to crunch is here, our $10,000 will attend, but we only have one signer because of one resign. That's why we're in a hard place, between a rock and a hard place township right now.
Can we, Crystal and John and Wendy, can we excuse the Elders Society so we can talk once we're out real quick? Thank you.
Steve, we are going in camera.
That's conflict. I don't think we go quickly. We don't finish too much. Republic, any, we open. You are weird.
So, thank you all. So we are in public again. So council discussed in camera about how I've set up the strategy how to support the leaders about this tree. So the council already passed a motion here too. So the decision is like the bank gonna pay the hotel booking fee of the money. So fantastic. So what you can do, send this email. So this is for hotel email. This hotel email, give it to me. And I'm going to tell Nasir to go to the hotel today. If you have contract and everything. So that is the foundation, so that council is an very good thing that okay, is good set book this road so that like you can stop talking here. The second decision is like the council came up that this is a use funding, council needs to answer things to the obligated to answer things for every credit is spent. So but they came up with something like that. The bank will fund you altogether 60% of the total amount, and the 40% the society is to give in. So what is that 40%? That 40% is like altogether $71,200. The society is gonna raise the fund. So out of the $71,000, I guess we have already $18,000. $10,000 is contributed from loan that brings down to 61,200, and we have $8,000 commitment that brings down to 54,000. So we have to work on 54,000 until August 31st. So how is this going to be managed? So the bank finance will keep a separate tracking sheet about this expenditure. It means like by August 25, whenever you have money, you give it to bank. Write a check, give it to bank. That here is our contribution. So by August 31st, if council see that we have made it 71,200, council will give the rest amount to the for the trip.
I think that's fair.
It's reasonable. And the only reason why I would also strongly suggest, including 50 and up, because we talked about that, and to be fair, there's a lot of, John made the point that there's a lot of under 60 that went that helped out a lot and helped with people who are older. So I think in all fairness that's probably a good thing. You don't have to take everybody. Just don't forget that. You guys can set your amount of people you want to take. There's an old saying I was told, you can't please all the people all the time. And it's a thing that I think you guys are well aware of too. And I know that I really want you guys to go, but I also see realistically as well. And sometimes not everybody can go. It's just works like that.
What we would do is even if they did the columns in reverse, rather than 60 plus the oldest, eldest, and the youngest, we would still wind up with the same list. I had read it in the copy. We've had one more elder, say the ones let's call it the 77. But there's a give and take on that too. There's like ebb and flow of that's going to be quite not unique, but it could fluctuate.
Yeah. And John also brought up another good point too, that you want to make sure that people are not taking their own vehicles, because we're not paying, mileage can't get paid. That was a huge cost last time. And again, it's just taking a whole bunch of numbers. unfortunately, I get it, Mike, I understand it, but the thing is we can't, you have to remember, like, if you guys can fundraise that money though,
That's what we're gonna do.
but it's based on the buses, not based on people's mileage. Of what they take to home vehicles, right?
Like even with, mileage. That's okay, and fix. Any government expense. But anytime you start doing provincial, federal rate, you're looking at a quarter, and 15%.
I wish I worked for the provincial government and they don't pay that much. It is 60 cents a month.
Yeah, I can bring up 4 or 5 different schedules from federal and provincial and they're anywhere from about 10 to election and paying sections.
Deal is that if you guys can come up with that money, we're gonna come up with the rest of it. That's the deal, and you know what, I think it's not unreasonable, and I wish you guys all the best. Oh, you know what else I would do? I would set deadlines. I would set deadlines for elders committing to this, then that way you know who's gonna come, and that way you can start blocking and start figuring out who's actually gonna show up for this thing. That might be an idea. I'm just throwing that out there. Have different deadline dates and stuff like that.
There's also that registration cost, we would probably miss that deadline too. This was early registration, if you can do blocks of 10. If you've noticed on your,
Talking about the rooms at the
oh, no, we're talking about the actual property itself. So it's not be that drastic, it changes $25, it looks like.
It's really a $45,000 registration fee.
Mm-hmm. It's block rates of 10.
You guys got some free. I think you can do it.
But at the end of the day, it's being selected registry.
Yes, you do.
So as for who is going, it will be remaining as the same list, because we even went from the eldest down to 60.
It's just a suggestion, right? It's a deal. It wasn't a demand.
So we'll put it forward. And the youth, beyond you, I think we're gonna come. Is, it was requested by one of my oldest elders, is they wanted you to come only for the cultural aspect of it, but to assist the elders. So the 50 to 60, if they come, then that cuts you, but so.
Those are decisions that you're gonna have to make.
Mm-hmm.
I have no control over the society and what they want. That you guys are
Well,
totally
we're
the
not
organization.
asking, I'm just stating that.
And I'm just letting you know that is, you guys have autonomy over that.
Oh,
If you wanna take an elder or a youth, we got the money on the thing here, we got the thing, and that's all we can do.
I think that's fair with these, and I think we're gonna do these. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, so, we are 2:44 now. So I'm gonna send you an email.
Okay.
Or discuss like what I conveyed the message to you, so I'm gonna send an email. Meanwhile, so it's Monday, right? You're voting. So if you can forward me that email, so I'll let Martin know to go this hotel and who's doing this? Is it only to Christian or you?
This came to me.
To you?
Yeah.
So, or, I'm gonna text Asif this case that, you have to pay this week, will be with you, will be with you. So, yes. Not to take it from you. Okay. So, this is on Monday. Then I'm gonna shoot an email. Probably Monday or the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have the weekend, so.
2:45, we are a little bit behind, not giving you a lot of behind. We are 35 minutes behind, so just take a 10-minute break. Let's see. Yes. 10-minute break.
For during the public?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So our next agenda is the education department update. So membership, just to let you know that schooling is the education department only provide an update for the department, and rest of the afternoon we will go in camera session. Thank you.
Okay. Ready? Secretary, thank you for having me here. And first I note during the presentation, and thank you for welcoming. Great. And my name is Bev Jojo. I'm from the Wet'suwet'en Nation, the Large Frog Clan, Kiliseu it's called. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so we belong to the Minnesotan territory, by Houston area, this area, it's a pretty big area. Anyway, that's where I'm from. So I've been with the education for a year and a half now, and I've been loving it. We had a big change. We're on the south side now. We have our office and settled in there. It's different having both of us in one office, but we're good and settled in there. The good thing that we just did is the committee, the education committee. We had one meeting so far, and it was awesome. So we did that with the policy and procedure. It was a great meeting. We had some really good feedback afterwards. We had texting in and emailing in and saying it was really good. Really happy that we got started. And it's been in the works for a long time, for as long as I've been here. And so that's the education committee. Have you seen who has all been involved? Who all is in there? Yeah. Yes, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so our next meeting is in January. And so it's just going to be really informal. And so we're not going to have presidents or secretaries or anything like that. We're just going to get right down to business and get it done. So, yeah, we had a holy day. With the holy day, we worked with Teal and Ashley, and we did a baking cookie day. And that was a lot of fun. This was for preteens. The preteens came and they wanted more. They want to say, they were saying they want this once a week or once a month. And they wanted to order next time to have pizza and chocolate cake. And so having the preteens there is connecting with the preteens and then with the youth and then, going on from there. And starting maybe later on, starting a parent group. Got the funding for that. The next is a CN going for a tour up at the CN college. CNC. What am I talking about? CNC. Yeah, I see him. You can tell I'm a little bit nervous. Yeah, we did that. We had in session over here with Tanya, and she brought like 6 pizzas. And then we had one student show up, which is okay because this student got a trail to go. He knows where he's going to go and what he's going to be doing, because he had full attention of these 2 CNC workers, which was good. And also the UNBC, we're starting to connect with them also. We have a meeting coming up and we're doing a student engagement gala with them. And so with that, we're having booths and information for the students and speakers, panel. And so getting them there, we're also working with Shelby. She's got a youth group First meeting is on the 17th of January. We had to switch over because we're working with the same youth. We wanted to do laser tag that day, but she's having a meeting that day, so we're starting to communicate so we don't overlap. And the post-secondary partnership program, the PSPP, that's it, going into works. Chelsey got a hold of Barry Seymour, the elder that she wants to bring on board, and Zawad, and there's a couple of people up at the UNBC that are going to be working alongside for this, along with Candy, and Candy's with the child care center. So then the next meeting is going to be when? It's going to be soon in November.
What's that?
It's called the Post-Secondary Partnership Program, and that's with UNBC. And yeah. Yeah.
One thing I would add, the partnership program, we have got some funding under that. To my understanding, that education did not so far develop a plan how to work utilizing those funding. So that is the reason we did not pursue this year because we haven't through the works they're supposed to be done under this funding. So that is the reason this year education did not pursue. I wanted to make sure that everybody knows that. And I know that apart from everybody else, they have mentioned Chelsey is also working with Josh and Seymour and develop a plan for BSP.
Okay.
Thank you. The next meeting is the 16th of January. And we did participate in the MGM. That was a lot of fun. Saturday. And tutoring, we have, we were going to advertise for a new tutor, but we got, I noticed the email that there's another company that does free tutoring for Indigenous students. And so we're pursuing that to see if they can come out to the reserve and see if they can work with their children there with both sides. So we're still in the middle of doing that. That doesn't work, then we'll hire a new tutor and then I'll start that over again.
With the tutoring program, why is it so hard to keep the tutors? Do they just run out of funding, or do they just like this? It seems like the whole an issue with tutoring.
Yeah, the last tutor that was Justice Seymour, she got another job. It was a full-time job. So then, yeah.
So basically, we are having that challenge to retain a tutor. We do have funding for it. But the problem is we try to find somebody who would be good with kids and come forward with different type of kids who might have different needs.
Yeah.
Finding somebody who can, work with that is challenging. That's one.
Yes. Yeah.
Second thing is, we try to keep it within the community, like the graduates or the students who are doing a little bit of higher education who can come and do this job for the community. Problem is most of the students who are pursuing higher education are kind of out of town. That's one problem. The best area we can source these tutors from is UNBC and CNC. Problem for that is if you bring in somebody who doesn't have the context of a First Nation and how these things are, then sometimes, in most cases, we have that problem like it may or may not work. So getting a tutor who has the knowledge to pass on to the kids and also be really sensitive to overall situation is hard.
Very okay. Thank you.
And then the way we have to word it for tutoring, we have to have a age bracket. The last time we had tutoring, there was kindergartens coming in and really having a good time. Yeah.
How do you call that? They brought kids to have babysitting.
Yeah, okay.
Parents are having fun, whatever.
Yeah, tutoring and thing. Okay, I see, yeah.
And a lot of our students and parents are taking advantage of the cell phone in town. And so, yeah, we're getting a lot of interest for that, which is good because they are, you know, whatever they're lacking, they provide it for them in town. So, and then they send us a bill once a month.
However, that process is very expensive. If we could hire, like, in my opinion, we could hire multiple tutors. If we could find them, right? And that would be beneficial for the community. There's a bill I'm signing for like this type of organizations. They're very, very high.
Very high.
Yeah, compared to, yes, definitely people are getting value out of it. But for the same amount of resources, we could have provided more value to more people. Is what I'm trying to say.
For the tutoring, like, I know it's a real big challenge because we've been battling that forever in the day now. Like, how about if, like, say there's just grade 12, recently grade 12, and how would be, like, the membership of the, get to them, like, for those kids that are just graduating, get interested in tutoring, or, like, even, like, what is the requirement? Like, what would they have to require to phone you and say, hey, you know, like, so-and-so wants to tutor you twice a week? You know, and then how would we get their interest in that? But what would they need?
The last call was, I think, anybody who has passed grade 12, working in a bachelor program or something. They would very well tutor the kids. So at least a grade 12 graduate. And anybody who's interested, even if there is not waterfall posted outside, you can reach out to education like that. And let us know that there's somebody who's willing, it's a band member, we are more than welcome. We welcome you.
Along with kids and big children, that's the number.
But it's not an easy job.
No,
For sure.
I helped a few times. It's not easy. No, it's not at all.
Oh, okay. And so Weaving Words, we have been part of the committee of Weaving Words. And so in May, they are having a conference, a youth and elder conference. And so they are, we're getting together and just making sure that all the funding is there and making sure that everything is there. And they've got some good speakers coming in and some singers and stuff like that coming in. And so it's going to be a huge deal from May. And so I've been involved with that. And another one I don't see here is that Bethle's learning. So the learning of the Bethlats, the reason, well, I grew up with Bethlats system, my whole family, right? And so I had a Bethlats just last month. So I know all about it, but I've been used to so it's a little bit different for you. So the one thing the elderly were talking about while we were having a meeting is that here, no hereditary chiefs, right? And so then how do you get the chiefs and how would you know, it's easy to place them in the hall and stuff like that. But each house would have a spot in the hall, right? So they're just kind of working that out. So the elders are talking, it's really, the school district is wanting to have a Bethlats in the school. And so that, and a lot of them are doing it wrong. Protocol is involved, and so that's what they're trying to do is get the protocol involved. And so that's why I'm there. But hopefully in July, when we're doing the celebration of the graduates, we're hoping to have it done style. Anyway, that's why I'm there, just to make sure that I have protocol set up. Yeah,
Is there like backlash and potlatch is different, right?
no, it's same.
Is it the
Yeah, he's just always say,
okay.
yeah, that's. And so with School District 57, we meet once a month. And we talk about the students that are on the list. It's our students on reserve. But lately we've been working with students off reserve also. We want to make sure nobody is missed at all. Okay, Derek. And so we're working with on and off reserves there at the local education meeting today. Are you okay? Yeah, that was binding, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And so, the good thing about these meetings is we're bringing the students right in. There's probably about 6 or 7 of us, the teachers, the Indigenous education workers. They're sitting there too, and the principals are sitting there too. And so, and the social workers. And so the student who we're reporting on, they come in and hear the report. As they know who is sitting on this table, that they're having all the support. And so they know the support that they're getting. And this is really big. We had a few students come in, and after they left, they felt really good because they know that they had all the support they didn't know before. And so I'm really happy about that. To get all the students, the teachers, they take really a lot of time to report on each of our children here on reserve, off reserve. Any questions? No for that? Okay. We have here Mr. Hunter, Marcus Hunter we have here, and he's such a darling. Anyway, we have him at the South Side Tuesday and Thursday. Lately, it's been a hit and miss because the teachers at where he goes, if they don't have enough staff, and which is sad for Marcus. He cried the last time.
Sorry, I might have missed it, but just to double checking. Are we in camera?
No, we're not it.
Okay, we're not in camera? Should we not be maybe mentioning names?
Yeah, that's maybe.
We're talking about members and.
Okay, sorry. So sorry. And so right now Chelsey and Josh are at a finance conference in Vancouver. It's the 12th to 15th, and they went there from 11th to 15th. So, yesterday she goes, yeah, the other one dates. Anyways, that's about it. Yeah. Yep, we got everything. If you want any copies, for you that is here, could I get you to sign this? This is for the school district that we're going to give to them. You can sign, please.
Each of them?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. So we deliver donuts, and just to thank them for doing this process with our kids completely on and off reserve. And
will those just be sorry to cut you off. Will those be up at reception at BSO before you deliver them?
We're delivering it on 19th. Sorry.
Okay. So yeah, there's time then. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, it could be reception.
Yeah, we can get on the reception part, but until for the 19th, yeah.
We'll have to find Chelsey.
Thank you.
23rd?
Oh, forget it. Wait a while. I'm thinking like next week already.
We can view this with Kim.
Okay. After this, I believe I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you, membership. So we'll go rest of the set in camera. So have a wonderful weekend and we will resume our next council meeting in New Year, which is January 9 and 10. Thank you so much for watching this council meeting.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas and have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend. So you can go in camera now.